Well, I was really struck getting off the train this morning. I've covered a number of matches at Guildford in my time, and of course they're all great events in their own right. But often it can be a quiet affair. I got off the train this morning. There was a hum. There was a kind of loads of people coming down, and I was walking along to the ground here in kind of a group of people, a big line of people from the train, all making their way to the station. It immediately made it feel like an event. We've got several fantastic players on show, of course, not only for Surrey, but Peter Hanscom and Shah Massoud will be batting later for Leicestershire.
Probably on the live stream, see the very train that Cameron arrived on, and it goes across the railway tracks away in the distance. And you may well see that a bit later, as this is short and it's our first boundary. Ryan Patel just sat up for him, and he's pulled that off towards the crowd and the Portaloos. Might find a few balls end up there today if he drops short on this wicket. He's just stayed on the front foot, Ryan Patel. He enjoys batting at Guildford and has swung that one over the leg side. One bounce, as I say, into the crowd and into the Portaloos. And the crowd have to be on their toes throughout this game. Holland goes full of length, and that's tucked away into the leg side by Ryan Patel. So it's the end of the first over. A boundary for Ryan Patel. He'll keep the strike. Ryan Patel on to 5. Burns has 1. And I think Surrey will be happy with a nice solid start there. So yes, Cam, I always enjoy coming to Woodbridge Road. I just would say anybody who may be on their way here, just if you're sat on those boundary ropes, just keep an eye on the ball, because it can absolutely fly. And interestingly, what they've done is they've cut out the area by the fencing, which is away to the right on your pictures, because people used to sit there and if it hit the boundary rope and flew upwards. But by Dapdune Wharf, away to our left, they are very close to that boundary rope. It's going to be Chris Wright from the pavilion end. We'll run through the two sides for you during this over. 6 without loss, Surrey. Ryan Patel's forward, thickish edge, runs away down towards third man. He'll get a single. And Ryan Patel moves on to 6. So yes, Surrey, for this one, they've got 15 players away at the 100. Sorry, I won't run through them all, but they've got 15 players away at the 100. But it does give others an opportunity. And they've got it's a blend, really, I think, of experience and youth, which is very nice to see. And the Leicestershire side is a lot of experience, including this gentleman, Mr. Wright, who I don't think I'm doing him a disservice by saying he's 40 now. Chris Wright. Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. Little bit of movement away. So, Surrey line up with, as you can see, Burns and Patel are out there at the moment. And then I think you're going to see Adam Thomas batting at 3 for Surrey. Josh Blake will bat at 4. Ben Foakes at 5. Ollie Sykes at 6. Cam Steele at 7. So there's your experience. Nathan Barnwell is down on the card at 8. Forward goes Burns. Good length delivery from Wright. Just pushes it away out towards cover point. And there's no run. So yeah, Nathan Barnwell, then Yusuf Majid, James Taylor, and then a big day for Alex French, because he will make his debut today. So good luck to him. He's been playing for the England under-19s. He's taken wickets for them. Talented boy. So he'll make his debut today for Surrey. Saw him in the huddle, getting his first cap, as this is cut away by Burns. The width for Rory Burns, down towards third man. There the crowd you can see on the plastic chairs. Single for Burns, he's on to 2. Patel comes back onto strike on 6. So for Leicestershire and Cam, as I say, they're a pretty experienced side. Sol Ballinger, Rishi Patel, and then Lewis Hill, but then Shah Massoud at 4. As all that's chipped uppishly by Ryan Patel. That doesn't get up to Lewis Hill at mid-off. First full shot we've really seen this morning. It's not a bad bloke to have coming in at number 4, is it?
Leicester's batting lineup is remarkable. Rishi Patel and Sol Ballinger, I think, are the most exciting opening pair in the domestic cricket. Ballinger, if you haven't watched him play, keep your eyes out later.
Well, that's why it's no surprise that they're chasing. Good length ball from right. Nice and quietly played by Ryan Patel up towards mid-off. Ended the over 2, gone 8 without loss, Surrey. So what they are. And then, so you know, you've got Shah Massoud making his 50 over debut in this game for Leicestershire. Then you've got Peter Hanscom coming in at number 5. And then Ben Cox at 6. Ian Holland at 7. This might change, I suppose. Liam Travaskis at 8. Tom Scriven at 9. And then Chris Wright at 10. And Alex Green at 11. So it's a very, very powerful Leicestershire side. This man bowling at the moment at 7. He knows what he's up to. It looked like a slower ball. It's just pushed into the offside by Rory Burns. And they'll scramble a single. At the moment, I know it's early days, Cam, but it does look a good pitch to bat on this one, doesn't it?
Absolutely does. And people might be wondering why the Sun Owl, short boundaries, quick outfield. Leicestershire won the toss and said, "We'll have a bowl first, please."
Well, early on, you would say 300 is probably par. As quick singles taken by Ryan Patel, nicely judged. Another single. That's the other thing. Backing up, absolutely key on here. Because if you whistle the ball in to the bowler and the backing up's not good enough and it's slightly errant the throw, of course, with short boundaries, you do often see 4 overthrows here. Now, of course, power play, first 10, 2 outside. So at the moment, outside that 30-yard circle, they've got the deep backward square and there's a third man lurking. Burns is forward, outside edge, and it's been picked up at second slip. Low down, it's a nice bit of bowling from Holland. Just pushed hard at that, did Rory Burns. And it's a good low catch at second slip, and that's a big wicket early on. That's one of the experienced men gone. Nice line, nice length, just pushed fairly hard at it, did Rory Burns. It was the captain who took it low down, but it's nice bowling from Holland. Burns goes for 3, and Surrey in the third attempt for 1.
Rory Burns has not had much fun in this competition over the years. He averaged single figures in the competition last year across the 6 matches he's played, and he started off with another single figure score today. And as the point you made, Rory Burns is one of those experienced cricketers in this Surrey side, which does have a lot of youth in it otherwise, and one of those young players is walking to the crease now at number 3, Adam Thomas. Plays cricket for Ashstead, Surrey Championship. Also plays for England under-19s.
Yeah, he does indeed. He does indeed. So all the very best to Adam Thomas out there in the middle. Did play against Essex last year in this competition. Alex French makes his debut. Lovely to see these young men getting a go. It really is. So, it's going to be Holland. First ball for the right-handed Thomas. And he's batting out of his crease. That hops on him a touch. Turns it into the leg side. He'll pick up a single. And he is off the mark straight away. Is Thomas. 11 for 1, sorry. But again, Ian Holland just showing all that experience. He's having a terrific season for Leicestershire, who, well, in all but the final reckoning, have already won Division 2. of the county championship under Alphonso Thomas. They've played some terrific championship cricket this season. That's wide outside the off stump and left alone by Ryan Patel, who goes for a little wander off towards square leg. I'm enjoying again this year Leicestershire's one-day kit. Very green trousers, which I've always thought would be rather good for an evening out after the game. Surrey, as you can see, all in black. Patel, that bounces on him, but it's slow bounce. He's waiting for that. Trying to cut that almost off the front foot, but it took an age to get to him. 3 gone, 11 for 1 then. Surrey, Thomas and Patel get together for a bit of a natter about everything. But Rory Burns, it's a good one to get early on. Just bounced on him a touch. And bounced on him a little bit. And Chris Wright, it will be to bowl our 4th over from the pavilion end. And Adam Thomas on strike, having just got out there. Some beating down here at Guildford at the moment, as that's cut away by Thomas down towards the man. And they will pick up a single. 1 more to the total, and 1 more to Thomas. But yeah, it is the most beautiful place to sit and watch cricket here at Guildford. Wherever you are, you've got a great view of the ground. Lots of facilities here as well. Lots of catering facilities. Driven. Nice looking shot by Ryan Patel. Just lent on this. Don't think it'll get to the boundary. Don't get many threes here either at Guildford. Chase is good from Lewis Hill. Nice cricket shot that from Ryan Patel. Just lent on that. Two more to Ryan Patel. Dapjune Wharf, one of the well-known sightseeing parts of Guildford, including the petrol station. Behave yourself, Chris Wright. That's a ridiculous delivery on a good pitch. Ryan Patel. Jeez. Well, that's just swung in a touch and then got away from him. Ryan Patel, to his credit, held his line, but it's not a bad delivery that from Chris Wright in the 4th over. Ryan Patel's in good form, but I think you'd have to be in the form of your life to get anything on that. What a delivery that was from Chris Wright. Sound of a siren, and that's driven firmly by Ryan Patel, and that is a way through the covers for 4. In close there on the edge of the ring was Travaskis, but it's been hit very firmly, that by Ryan Patel. I don't think there's any margin for error on this. That wasn't too full a delivery actually from Chris Wright, but it firmly struck by Ryan Patel. His first boundary. Very nicely played. Hello, Cameron. Ponsonby's back. Away to our right. Couple of technicals, but I think we're there now.
It was a wonderful
Ryan
Patel there.
And it was some of your best work, as this is cut by Patel. Bottom edge, rolls back up the pitch. Little too close to be cutting. Yeah, it was a good shot from Ryan Patel. I think on this pitch, as I say, not a huge margin for error.
Well, 1 ball remaining in the over.
Patel on 13. Settles himself over his bat. And Wright nicely bowled again. Just going across Patel, bottom of the bat, rolls away down towards 3rd man. Alex Green is down there. He's a big fella. And the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. 4 gone then. And the wicket of Rory Burns. Ooh, that sounds better. The wicket of Rory Burns. is the one to have gone. Burns outside edge, caught low down by Hanscom at second slip. It's going to be Holland to continue from the railway end. So yeah, there you go. So you can see there, is it a viaduct? I suppose it is. It's a very small viaduct, but that's a viaduct you can see on your screens. And you might see a train go along that at some point, which is very exciting. It's not timing this drive, Ryan Patel. And there won't be a run as that potters up towards mid-off. The only thing is, I always get it wrong whether the train's going out of Guildford Station or coming in to Guildford Station. But it's an exciting moment when you do see a train. Well, it is for me anyway. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Ryan Patel. There's a little bit of swing there. Chris Wright, I know you were otherwise engaged, but in his last over, bowled an absolute perler to Ryan Patel. I think there is just a little bit of swing out there. New ball at either end, of course. Short ball. Patel is whipping this off his hip. Yeah, don't bowl there to Ryan Patel. And well done in the crowd to avoid that. That's too short on the hip. And nicely put away for 4 by Ryan Patel.
Ryan Patel scored one of the most extraordinary centuries here 3 years ago now, and it was a real kind of reputation changer for him. Rightly or wrongly, he was kind of known as this kind of red ball, not necessarily a blocker. So he's back quite sedately. He's bumped about 130 off 90 balls, and away he went.
Yeah, the other thing I remember about that was, I think he was 1 off 10, something like that. Oh, that's well bowled by Holland. Good response. Very nicely bowled by Ian Holland. Yeah, and then the rain came. And then he walked out, and I think he went to something like 50 balls. He sort of went in as Ryan Patel, came out as Brian Lara. But you're right. I think we all knew he had the shots. And I think the key thing with that from his point of view was he suddenly realised as well that he could play the shots in this form of the game. So when he gets going, he's very exciting. Here's the captain. That's wide outside the off stump from Holland, and Patel has absolutely nothing to do with that whatsoever. So yes, there you can see it. There's the viaduct, and at some point today, a train will go across those tracks. And as I say, it's a very exciting moment. And you can also see the Brighton Road away to our right. Now that is always very busy. And come 4 o'clock, that will be at standstill. Rush hour. Punched off the back foot, this one by Patel. He's a bit annoyed with himself there because he's hit the fielder at cover. End of the over, boundary in that over for Ryan Patel.
Correct that. The train adds an element to the kind of idyllic nature of Guildford Cricket Club. When you're watching along from the pavilion end, the match playing out in front of you, people scattered around the boundary, deck chairs, and the train rolls by on the viaduct.
Oh.
What's not to like there?
Well, the one thing is I can never work out, as I say, whether it's going into the station or coming out of the station. So if somebody could work that one out for me. As Wright continues, up on the toes of Thomas. Low full toss, just pushed back up the pitch by Thomas.
Well, I reckon it's not much use to those listening to us, but if it was going from right to left, as we're
going in,
I think that's going into Guildford because the station is behind us.
Yeah, thank you.
Where we're sat. And in my mind at least, the track curves round.
It does.
Well, we've worked out together then, haven't
yes, but then someone will tell me I've got that wrong. I know they will. Couple of slips, as you can see there. Oh, well bowled. Chris Wright. Beautiful bit of bowling again. Just shapes it in and then it goes away. Definitely a little bit of swing there for Chris Wright. So experienced. And he's on 145 wickets in this form of the game. And I, as I say, I hope I'm not doing him a disservice, but 40 now.
He is.
Yeah.
Turned in July.
40. So really good to see him out there. Warwickshire, Middlesex, of course. Lots of experience. Thomas batting out of his crease. Played that one as if it just stopped on him a touch. But yes, so much experience, Chris Wright. When he was first in, played for Essex as well, right? No, I think it was just Middlesex, Warwickshire, and Anna. He was slippery as well. Genuinely slippery at the start of his career, but now it's just all experience with him, as that turns Thomas around. Nicely bowled, nicely played in the end by Thomas. Didn't go hard at it, soft hands, runs down to third man. They'll get a couple, so 2 more to Thomas. But yeah, he is hugely experienced, doing some coaching now as well, I think. There you can see the crowd sat on their white plastic chairs by the car park. Lots of cars in the car park. And as I say, the facilities are terrific. All sorts of catering here. That's left alone by Thomas outside his off stump, just shaping away. And then you've got everybody sat down by Dapdune Wharf. The wharf, the famous wharf of Guildford, Cameron Ponsonby. And it's a real sort of sightseeing place to go, Dapdune Wharf.
Obviously, it's very famous, and I know all about Dapdune. For those people who might not be as kind of well informed as me.
It's a wharf, which is a stretch of water.
Lovely.
Turns Thomas around a touch again, nicely bowled by Wright. End of the over, tidy over that from Chris Wright. One absolute beauty to Thomas. Yes, it's a stretch of water, hence wharf, named Dapdune. And it's very pretty. It's very pretty. You go just have a stroll. I hope I'm not overselling this, but I think you used to be able to possibly hire a little rowing boat, have a little row up the wharf.
Would the trains roll past?
The trains, if they did, you'd know you were in trouble if they were rolling past you while you were in your rowing boat. But no, it's a well-known wharf, as well-known as wharfs are. Turned away by Patel, start of the 7th. Of course, Alex as well, he's a famous wharf. But yeah, it's very nice. I might even take you down there when we're not on commentary to have a look, because it's a lovely walk. Patel, short, wide, off the top edge, flies over the slip cordon and down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. Flew over the slip cordon, but just too short and wide that from Ian Holland. And he's just thrown the hands at that. Has Ryan Patel absolutely whistled off. Down to the boundary rope for 4. Almost took out some of the players' exercise equipment there, as that's pushed into the offside by Patel. Just turned around a little bit again by Holland. He started very nicely here. Has Ian Holland today. Bowling good lines, good lengths. As Patel waits again. Forward he goes. Plays this one quick single up towards mid-off. That's good running from Ryan Patel. Very good running from Ryan Patel. So that is good running from Ryan Patel. So he's on to 23. Thomas will come back onto strike on 4. But we're not going to have to worry about the weather today. Up on our roof, on the pavilion, oh, it's lovely up here. It really is. It's almost like being on holiday. Thomas pushes off the back foot down to backward point. Reminded me actually this morning of waking up in somewhere like Corfu, coming out onto your terrace, having, Mr. Coney, Jeremy Coney, of course, here, He's just indicating he would have had a swim in the wharf this morning before breakfast. But no, I think we're fine weather-wise today. Blue sky, bit of clouds, sun's out. Should have brought a hat. Slower ball. Nicely played by Thomas. He's just indicating that to Ryan Patel, in case he'd missed it at the non-striker's end. End of the over. 7 gone. Now, as I say, around the ground, there's Thomas and Patel having a bit of a natter. Ollie Cox wandering down with Rishi Patel. But yeah, you can see actually a little bit of a heat haze there as well. The spectators sensibly wearing shorts, some of them. Hats as well. There's a gentleman there, I think he's scoring. So he's got his scorebook out. He might need a hat by the end of today. 8th over, right from the pavilion end. Oh, listen to the sound of that off the bat of Ryan Patel. He's hit the fielder on the edge of the circle. And that was a beautiful sounding shot from Ryan Patel. Right. It's gone very nicely so far into his 4th over. As you can see, none for 12. Holland does have the 1 wicket, that of Rory Burns. Patel straight down the ground driving, doesn't really time this either. Again, it's just, Wright may have taken a little bit of pace off that, but it's almost as if it held a touch on Ryan Patel. Hill at mid-off did the fielding. So a couple of those now. 1. Just practicing my counting there. There wasn't a single, just practicing my counting for levels. Patel drives again. Cool, that bat does sound nice. Again, he's hit Travaskis out there on the edge of the circle. And there's no run. Welcome back, Cameron.
I've arrived.
You are. You certainly have.
Can we talk about the wharf again? I had a good joke about going for a walk around that tune wharf with Ian Wharf.
Oh yes, or Alex.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Ian's his brother.
Always preferred Ian.
Yes. We'll talk about Daptree Wharf as the day goes on. No run here again. As keeping the ball up to the bat is right. And Hill gets round to his left to do the fielding. Yes, we were. I think people have just been having a slight problem hearing Cam, so you can hear him loud and clear now, which is tremendous news. And we were discussing Daptree Wharf. You may have just heard me discussing it and nothing that Cam was saying during that conversation. But as I say, it is one of the things to go and see alongside the cathedral when you come to Guildford. As all that beats the edge. And he just nods at right. Good bowling from right. Ryan Patel there, I think, just trying to run that down towards third man. They got rid of the slip. So Rishi Patel's gone in there at short extra. Now Patel's hit a couple of lovely drives, but straight to cover. So he's just trying to manufacture a run there. Trying to open the face and just guide it away down towards the third man. And that beat the outside edge. Nicely bowled by Chris Wright. All that experience on show. As that's a maiden over from Chris Wright. It's been a terrific over actually from Wright. So 8 gone. And Burns, the man, 2 have gone. Caught low down by Hanscom off Holland for 3. 30 for 1. But actually, again there, Cam, we talked about the experience of Chris Wright. And if you ever wanted an over that showed experience, that was that over from Chris Wright. Has he? Oh, now, I didn't know about that. That'd be an excellent listen.
Wisdom pouring out of every sentence.
Absolutely. Thomas just pushes the first ball of Holland's 5th over down towards third man. Good running. That's excellent running between Thomas and Patel. It was Thomas who pushed that. As I say, you won't get many threes here, but if you can get it to the left or right of the third man, you do have an opportunity to get back for 2. And that was good running from Thomas. Picks up a couple of runs. He's on to 5. Got the slip again, just a solitary slip in Hanscom. And then Rishi Patel again is at short extra cover, as that's pushed by Thomas down to backward point. And round comes Hanscom from slip to do the retrieval work. Very bright blue umpires' coats for this competition as well. Big shout for LBW, that's out. That looked out. Nicely bowled by Holland. Just gone stump to stump. Just bringing it back a touch at Thomas. And Thomas's innings comes to an end on 6. But just a good bit of bowling. Trying to get out of that crease. He was batting out of that crease, but he's just nipped it back. Has Holland, and it looked fairly adjacent on this replay. Yeah, that's out. It's just a nice bit of bowling from Holland. So Thomas goes for 6. Holland has a second wicket. But very nice bowling from Ian Holland. Wright and Holland have started very well here, because this does look a good pitch to bat on. Leicestershire obviously wanted to chase. It wasn't a case of Leicestershire sticking Surrey in because they thought it was going to nip around everywhere. On a day like today, and with the colour of this pitch and what it looks like, it was more that on this pitch we will back ourselves to chase whatever Surrey put on the board. So they'll be, oh, I do like the Leicestershire bright green tabard as well. A red and green tabard there. There's some more of the crowd sat having a watch. Number of hats being worn there. Nice to see a straw-looking boater in amongst the crowd there. So Ben Foakes out there in the middle. So Foakes and Patel, very experienced pair, of course. And Surrey need a partnership from these two. We've lost Burns and Thomas. Now to Holland. Right-handed. The right-handed Foakes is pushing this one down to backward point and gets himself off the mark first ball. So off the mark first ball is Ben Foakes. They'll be looking for Foakes here. Coming in at 4, 9th over to bat. Surrey through the sort of middle overs, manoeuvring the ball around, the odd big shot. As I say, he's got a lot of experience, of course, as Ben Foakes. Ryan Patel is approaching 1,500 List A runs now. I think he's just needs 4 more. As he won't get it here, he's forward. Lovely looking defensive shot that from Ryan Patel. Head right over it. But again, good length from Holland. One of the great cameramen we can see there in the distance on our screen. He might need a hat, even though he's a young man who is used to tropical conditions. On a day like today, may need a hat. Water will be key. As leading edge gets away with it. Does Ryan Patel, looking to work that into the leg side, and Budinger was coming in from cover point. It wasn't too far away from him actually. Oh, there's a train going into Guildford station. That's exciting. That's the first one. It's a red train. I think that's the one that could also take you towards Portsmouth, that train. But that's going into Guildford station. So Foakes on strike for the start of the 10th over. So last one of the power play. It's been Leicestershire's power play. And it's been Wright and Holland, really. Enjoyed watching these two bowl. Nice to see two experienced campaigners doing what they do. Nice looking shot from Ben Foakes. Has just leant on this. Just let it swing a touch. And then has just pushed it away through the covers. Lesser spotted 3 here at Guildford. Don't get many of those. It's a good chase. But nice shot from Foakes. He'll move on to 4. But yeah, just let that swing a touch. And then foot to the pitch of the ball. Just leant on it. And went away off towards the boundary rope. Patel straight back down the ground. That's 4. Nicely played. So we've had 2 proper cricket shots there. And full face of the bat from Ryan Patel straight back down the ground. And probably the shot of the morning so far from Ryan Patel. Just lent on it. So good start to the over for Surrey. 3 for Foakes, boundary for Ryan Patel. That takes him past 1,500 list day runs as well. Nice way to do that. This one he's just opening the face, guiding this down towards third man. Alex Green down there does the fielding. So 8 off the first 3 balls of this 10th over. Chris Wright mopping his... he's grown a moustache as well, Chris Wright. That's excellent. That's excellent. They're all the rage now, the old moustache. Does suit him as well, I have to say. If he's out there for a long time, it will continue to grow today in the sun. This one's left alone by Foakes outside his off stump. But yeah, as I say, on a pitch like this, in these conditions, Holland and Wright have just, well, used every bit of Nelson experience they've got. Haven't tried anything. Got the ball to shape a touch. Holland's picked up Burns and Thomas, but Wright's kept it very, very tight as well. Turned off the stumps by Foakes. Oh, Ryan Patel had set off there. Never a single. It's almost as if Ryan Patel just set off because of the shot, and Travaskis was coming up very quickly. And Ben Foakes quite rightly put a hand up to say, get back. Because if he hadn't done that, I think Foakes would have been an absolute goner there. It's back of a length this time. Foakes playing with soft hands down towards backward point. And there is no run. So 10 gone, 41 for 2. So just seeing if Mr. C. Ponsonby coming back in. So, power play done and dusted. 41 for 2. I'm just checking that everybody can hear us, and then we will have a change in the commentary box as well. Yet to get, because if I move, you see, my only fear is that nobody will hear anything.
But I've been tasked with saying something short and sweet.
Excellent. Go on then.
That was it.
Ah, you're going to say, I don't know, jelly baby. Short and sweet, isn't it? Yeah, so we do get our first change in bowling. Holland's been brilliant there. Scrivens into the attack from the railway end, and his first ball is not timed by Ryan Patel. Tom Scriven then from the railway end. Holland there a couple of wickets in those first 5 overs from him, so they'll keep 5 should they need them at the back end, or maybe in the middle.
Ryan Patel's going well here. 28 and 36.
Yes, his straight drive in the last over was lovely. Nice looking defensive shot this time by Ryan Patel. Out there towards cover. Yes, delighted to see him captaining Surrey as well. And he's a very, very fine cricketer in all forms of the game, is Ryan Patel. So great to see him in charge. Oh, he's gone right across his stumps here. And Scriven followed him, and he's just wristily played that one out towards square leg. And they will pick up a single. One more to the total, 42 for 2. Apologies for the slight technicals, but I think now we're just going to continue with the one voice. What was that song, One Voice Singing in the Darkness? Who was it who sang that? Feels a little like that. Was that Barry Manilow? I think it was. As this one's pushed by Ben Foakes up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Yes, Nathan Johns is going to take over from me at the end of this over. Apologise we haven't got two voices, but there are leads being plugged in, headphones being plugged in. Poor old Cameron's come up with some of his best work there and nobody's heard any of it. It's always the way, isn't it, really? Pushed by Foakes down towards Hanscom, who moves round to his right. So nice start this from Scriven, tidy start from him. Foakes working this one from outside his off stump. I think it's probably more inside edge onto his pad. And he will get a single there. First touch of the ball for Shan Masood. End of the over then. 11 gone. 43 for 2. That's enough from me. And the voice you will hear next will be Nathan Johns.
Thank you very much, Churchy. You were right. It was Barry Manilow. I did your research for you there. One voice. Unfortunately, for now, it is just the lone voice here in Guildford as we try and get these technical difficulties sorted. But Nathan Johns joining you for the next 10 overs or so. As you might have heard over the PA announcement here, there is a change in bowling from the pavilion, and it is young Alex Green wearing number 43, big, tall, fast bowler, as he comes in with Ben Foakes on strike. Oh, that's not a bad start. Heavy length outside off. Touch unconvincing stroke from Foakes there. Pitch has looked a little bit too paced here today. That heavy length is done a little bit. It's stuck in the pitch. It's nibbled. When they pitched it up, Surrey have been good at punishing them. Patel in particular has been very, very strong on the front foot on the drive, but for the most part Leicester have hit their lengths beautifully in the first 11 overs or so. Oh, edged and gone. It's taken Green just 2 balls to get into his work here, and he's nicked off Ben Foakes. That's a third Surrey wicket to fall. Beautiful delivery in that channel outside off. Looks like it might have just nipped away ever so slightly, but it's done for Ben Foakes. What a start for young Alex Green. Just his 4th list day game, is only his 5th list day wicket. Understandably, the Leicester team are cock-a-hoop with that. They've been hitting that heavy length outside off all day. It's just a bit of extra bounce, the extra height of Green. He's a very tall young man. Foakes does a bit of gardening on his way out, just where that ball had pitched, as if to say, God, if only that one hadn't left me, but he's gone. So, in at number 5 for Surrey, bit of trouble here is Ollie Sykes. Bit of a rebuilding job he has to do with his captain Ryan Patel, who is of course leading Surrey for this one-day cup campaign.
will be two left-handers at the crease now after Foakes and Patel combined for a right and left geo. So it'll be interesting to see how Green counteracts that. He had just the two balls at the right-handed Foakes. That's all he needed to nick him off. We'll see if he just tries to push the ball across here. He's going to have one slip in. And Leicester aren't going overly attacking with their field, despite having Surrey exactly where they want them. Just the one catcher, 3 men saving one on the offside. He's got 2 men back if he does want to bang one in short on the leg side. Of course, not quite sure what happened there. Very full delivery. Caught everyone by surprise, Sykes included. I think he's just come flush off the toe and looped into the offside. In fact, I think he's actually broken his bat here, Sykes. The Green is doing a lot of damage. He's got 1 wicket. He's sent 1 Surrey batter on his way, and he's also sent 1 bat on its way. I think that hit flush on the toe of that Keeley stick there that Sykes has, and he immediately waves to his teammates in the pavilion and says, "Can someone bring out a replacement, please?" So it's all happening. Young Alex Green has got his tail up. He's into his rhythm. Oh, Sykes has only just walked out there, and now he's got to walk halfway off as one of the subfielders comes on with his replacement bats. He knows which one he wants straight away. Batters always have their hierarchy, don't they? They know which bats they like, which one's is the favourite, which one's the second favourite. I do hope for his sake that that wasn't a favourite bat that he's just broken, because it only lasted 1 ball, first ball of the competition that he's faced. Anyway, this one doesn't have any stickers on it. After all that, he takes his guard for his second delivery. Green at the top of his run. Oh, he's hammering away at that length beautifully. That one might have just held its line. I think Sykes was playing for it to come back in ever so slightly, and it didn't. Lots of gardening being done by these Surrey batters. One would think as the sun continues to bake down on this surface at Guildford across the day, the surface might well flatten out, but for now there's still plenty in it. As we are in the 12th over, Leicestershire well on top for now. Straighter delivery this time. Nice solid defence from Sykes. That'll make him feel better. Bit of bat on ball. That one didn't move, just held its line. It was a little bit fuller from Green. Final delivery of Green's first over. It's been an impressive one. Short wide, gets away with it. Good diving stop at backward point. Keeps Sykes on naught, and it means that Green has started his day with a wicket maiden. He nicked off Ben Foakes with just the second ball of his spell. Sorry, in a bit of bother at 43 for 3. Impressive start for young Alex Green. He's been playing with England under-19s for much of the summer, playing against India. Funnily enough, he actually dismissed Suryavanshi, the 14-year-old IPL sensation who's playing with India under-19s. Of course, he went viral, as they say, for scoring a century at the age of 14 in the recent IPL, but he opened the batting for much of the summer for India under-19s against England, and Alex Green did dismiss him. It's a bright prospect, is the young fast bowler. But here's Scriven from the railway end. Oh, I think that's just hit Ryan Patel on the glove. He's shaking his hand in a bit of pain as he runs down to the non-strikers. Brief thoughts of a second run, but Green tidies up down a fine leg for just a single, so Sykes is on strike. Two very different bowlers, these. Green, got a tall, bit of extra pace, bang it in, see if he can get a bit of extra bounce or a little bit of nibble. Scriven, not as tall, probably not as quick either, through the air at least. Bowls a little bit fuller with his natural length, so he's probably going to look for a bit more swing through the air. Is Scriven, compared to Green's kind of heavy lengths and nibble off the pitch. Just the one slip in place for the new man Sykes. Ooh, yes, no, maybe. Bit of confusion. Ryan Patel, he did that earlier on when he had a new man in. When Adam Thomas came in, he was very conscious that the inexperienced player was on naught, so he was quite keen to get down the other end and give him his first run, make him feel better. He tried to do the same there for Sykes, but it's a good bit of work off his own bowling from Scriven just to mop that up, and Sykes wisely sent his skipper back. brave shot driving on that length. It's been too paced when they've hit that length, just short of a half volley, the Leicestershire bowlers. We've seen a few pop, we've seen a few just come high off the bat and into the air, but Sykes, he didn't quite time that, but he played it safely along the ground. Still yet to get off the mark. Shorter this time, pushed off the back foot, and now he is off the mark. Is Sykes? I just wonder if Leicester could just be a bit more attacking when the new man is on strike. I can understand why they have spread the field a little bit now that they're into the second power play, if you like, where you can have 4 men out. I can understand why they have their sweepers out for Patel, who's looked very good, particularly when driving through the offside. But the new man, just one slip, giving him one into the offside when the pitch is a bit too paced and driving is risky. Nicely worked from Patel. He's going to push hard for 2. He did hit that one to the bigger side towards the Woodbridge Road, but never 2 there. If you are just joining us, the 3 Surrey wickets to fall so far this morning. Rory Burns nicked off early on. It was an LBW decision as well against Adam Thomas. Ben Foakes recently nicked off. Also, Sykes works that one nicely, a little bit straight from Scriven. That'll make him feel a little bit better. End of the over. .47 for 3, Surrey have reached. Alex Green is going to continue. Wicket maiden to start his day with his first over. Sensational delivery really to get Ben Foakes. Yes, he was fiddling a little bit outside the off stump, but asked the question, bit of extra bounce, movement off the pitch. And he troubled Ollie Sykes when he came in, who faces up. One slip in place. Oh, he has a fiddle at it. They're just looking to feel bat on ball, these Surrey batters. Again, that's probably 4th or 5th stump, if not a touch wider. Looked like it just nipped up the hill a little bit, actually. He's getting the ball to move both ways off the surface early in his spell as Green. Turns as he gets to the top of his mark, Mornay Morkel style, into his rhythm. Fuller. Sykes can't get the timing. He was looking to hit that quite straight. We've seen Ryan Patel play some beautiful drives down the ground so far in his innings, and I think Sykes was trying to do something similar there. Nicely played from Sykes. Softer hands this time. Pushes it wide of the third, and he does come back for a second. I think that's how you're going to have to play it on this pitch. A lot of Surrey players have gone on it with harder hands, looking to be positive, get bat on ball, but Sykes just let that one come to him. If the ball's going to move, it takes the outer half, but it's soft hands and it runs down to the boundary for a couple. Just a sign that young Sykes is adapting to this pitch and to the challenges of Green nibbling the ball off a length. Crunched on the front foot, but there is protection on the offside. Nice looking drive, taking advantage of the width, but good shot just for the 1 run. Brings up Surrey's 50. It's taken them 13.4 overs, and it's cost them 3 wickets so far. Burns, Thomas and Foakes, the 3 to fall so far. Skipper Ryan Patel, who opened the batting, is still there. Ollie Sykes has joined him not too long ago. The wind's just picked up here at Guildford, a touch. And Green's changed his angle. He's going to come around the wicket with Patel on strike. 2 straight. punished through mid-wicket. I don't think this is going to find the fence. Deep square is going to come around and cut it off. It's a very short boundary on that side, but Patel does manage to come back for a third. Punishes that wayward delivery on his pads. Picks up another 3 to his and Surrey's total. And immediately after offering one touch too straight from around the wicket, Green comes back over. I wonder if that's a ploy for either batter. Does he think he's more likely to push it across Sykes and nick him off, whereas he wants to bowl a bit straighter to Patel? Or was it just in response to a bit of a loosener first up when coming around the wicket? But he's back over now. Good bit of fielding at backward point. Strong looking shot off the back foot from Sykes. Nice punch. Timed it beautifully. But not for the first time. He's been denied by the man at point. 53 for 3, 14 gone. Very welcome along to Guildford if you're just joining us. Apologies, we're having some technical difficulties. It means we just have the one commentary voice at the minute. Not for a lack of bodies, we do have lots of people here. Mark Church is here, Cameron Ponsonby is here. Hector Vickers is also making his Surrey stream debut. And of course Jeremy Coney is, you'll be hearing from him at some point as well. Fingers crossed it is, with 2 people on, as we get our microphones sorted. But for now it's just me. Oh, quick single. It's a good call from Patel. He spotted that, I think it's Shan Masood at mid-off, was just on his heels. Good bit of calling from the Surrey captain to get down the other end. No slips in place now for Scriven. Leicestershire have taken out all their catchers. Just a touch straight. He's played that shot nicely since coming in, especially at this end when facing Scriven, who's coming from the railway end. Just that little flick off the hip when he veers a little bit straight. Again, I wonder, just with Sykes only on 6, is it worth just bringing up that man at square leg? They are trying to bowl straight. Keep him on strike. I suppose deep square is back for if he strays a little bit too full and straight, but at the minute they're bowling these heavy lengths, taking advantage of the slightly two-pace nature of this pitch. Oh, some cries of oohs and ah from the Leicestershire fielders as that flies past the outside edge, but I actually think Ryan Patel has missed out ever so slightly there. It was short and wide, and had he beaten backward point on his right-hand side, Patel, it would have brought up yet another boundary for the Surrey captain, and he did throw his head back in anguish after he missed out on what would have been his 6th boundary. What a brilliant pickup from backward point. He's actually hit Sykes. It's all Budinger there. Beautiful one-handed pickup as Patel called Sykes through for a quick single, but well in front of square, so Sykes is always going to make his ground, but he looks to be okay, and Budinger at backward point apologises for hitting him. Oh, that one just popped a little bit. You can see Cox, the wicketkeeper, just with his hands in the air. For a split second, he thought that was going to pop off the splice of the bat and back to Scriven in his follow-through. A sign that when you do just bang the ball in on a good length, this pitch is very two-paced. The ball can pop, it can hit the splice. There could well be catches in front of the wicket as this ball gets older. Lovely delivery, just angling across the left hand there. Sykes, though, he's done well. Unlike some of his counterparts further up the order, he's been playing with nice soft hands and has avoided any edges flying through to any catches behind the stumps. 15 gone, Surrey 57 for 3. Sykes is on 7, having faced 16 deliveries. He's rebuilding nicely, it has to be said, with his captain Ryan Patel, Rory Burns, Adam Thomas, Ben Foakes, the 3 men to go. 2 catches behind, one at second slip, one by the wicketkeeper. Surrey probably just a little bit guilty of going after the ball on a pitch that is offering plenty for the bowlers. And Adam Thomas, well, he just missed a straight one earlier on and was very quickly adjudged LBW. Green to continue in for his third over of this spell. He's been impressive. Well, that's the first bad ball he's bowled so far. Bit of a rank delivery down leg side. He'll have to go back and bowl that one again. He is a tall man, is Green. He's got to slip back in. So Scriven in the previous over had his catchers out, but Leicestershire captain Pete Hanscom has got probably more of a second slip rather than a first in for Green. Another wide delivery. Overcorrection. Down leg the previous delivery. This one a wide outside that blue line on the offside on this occasion. Just scratching the front line there was Green as he came back towards the umpire. Maybe just a sign that he was worried a little bit about his front foot perhaps, which might explain, if his mind was elsewhere, why those two deliveries were a little bit loose. Four men back on the fence for the young fast bowler. Fine leg, third man, deep point and a deep square. Well, deep point has work to do to cut this off, and he's actually done very well. Such was the timing from Sykes, and he's only just got one run. He hit it too well. You can see there he's actually just pointing to where he wanted that ball to go. He was trying to hit it a lot straighter through extra cover. That one went through cover, and as a result, the deep point only had to move about 10 yards to his left-hand side to cut it off. And Sykes just hit that in the gap where he was looking. That would have been his first boundary. But he's looked good so far as Ollie Sykes. He's timed it well off the back foot in particular, with Green bowling this heavy length. Short, pulled into the leg side in front of square. It is a short boundary out there at mid-wicket. Deep square has no chance of cutting that off. Not for the first time today. Surrey's skipper has been quick onto the short ball and he's punished it, dismissing that particular delivery to the boundary. Bit of pressure on Alex Green for the first time in this spell. His first two overs were sensational. I mean, second delivery he nicked off Ben Foakes with one that just bounced off a length and nipped away as well. Took the outside edge, the shoulder of the bat. Since then, he's been asking plenty of questions, but he's gone for two wides and then a drag down, which is dismissed to deep mid-wicket so far in this over. He went with the fuller delivery. Probably got away with that. Again, Ryan Patel, little bit frustrated to have missed out. That looked to be a juicy half volley outside off, and like Sykes before him, he's pointing through extra cover to where he wanted that ball to go. Full crowd here at Guildford. Very healthy attendance for the first day of Surrey's one-day cup campaign. First of two matches, of course, here in Guildford. We will be back here on Friday as well, so 2 games in 3 days for this Surrey outfit to start this year's 50-over competition. It's a long over, this. For Alex Green, 2 wides to start, so it'll be at least an 8-ball over. Just takes a minute at the top of his mark to compose himself. Short, cut into the offside. Not particularly well timed though, you would have heard that on the effects mic. Didn't sound like it came off the middle of the bat, so Green gets away with offering a bit of width, not for the first time in this over. Better line this time. Good finish to the over from Alex Green. Under the pump there a little bit. Back-to-back wides to start the set of 6, and then Ryan Patel dismissed one to the leg side boundary with a pretty brutal pull shot, but he's come out of the over well. Just tightened up his line nicely a little bit. Number 10, his figures. Oh, sorry, that's Scriven's figures. Green, 1 for 15 off 3 overs. That was an expensive one. Sorry, 66 for 3. There's going to be another change bowling from the railway end. Spin is going to come into things, it looks like. Ben Cox has summoned the helmet, so he's going to stand up to the stumps. This is Rishi Patel. He's going to come on. So he's got two left-handers to work with. He's going to bowl around the wicket. Both straight men back to start. For Sykes. Bit of a drag down loosener from Patel, but he will just cost him 1 run. Short boundary on that side. The offside towards the Dune Wharf. So deep cover is able to cut it off and just keep it down to a single. Yeah, Leicestershire still a little bit defensive here. He's got 2 left-handers to work with, this Patel, so as an off-spinner that's a favourable matchup, but no slip in play. Oh, that ball stuck in the pitch. We've seen before with the opening bowlers how, even with the new ball, this pitch looked two-paced. The off-spinner will be encouraged by that delivery. Very slow from Patel. He's not going to offer any pace at all here, is he? He's just going to try and hammer away at that length and see if his namesake Ryan wants to take him on. Yeah, that's a sign just how slow this pitch is off a length. Ryan Patel is trying to cut that in front of, well, more so through point really, to try and beat the deep fielder and come back for a second, but it was far too early on the stroke. The ball stopped in the pitch and he's ended up spooning it to long off. Straighter delivery this time from Rishi Patel. Sykes, he's happy just defending for now. Missed out there, Sykes. Slow and flighted from Patel. He decided to throw it up there and see if they would take a risk. It was a low full toss, and Sykes is actually fortunate that a misfield at mid-wicket gave him any runs at all from that delivery. But a quick over from Rishi Patel, his first. 3 singles off it. Sorry, slowly creeping along in this middle overs period. They're 69 for 3. They lost 2 wickets in the power play. Ben Foakes came in at number 4 and lasted just the 10 deliveries before he nicked off to green, and there's going to be another change. So change of ends for Tom Scriven. Alex Green bowled 2 impressive overs to start his spell, but that third one was a touch wayward, so Scriven was obviously told his captain Hanscom that he fancies a go from the pavilion end, kind of maybe with that hill going targeting the stumps of the left-hander. Not for the first time. Sykes hits a nice looking shot through the offside, but a good bit of fielding keeps him on strike. Yeah, I just wonder, the way the slope is, it comes down the hill, so as we're looking at it on our cameras and behind the bowler's arm, it's going from right to left. So I just wonder if with Scriven maybe looking to shape the ball back into the pads, he's trying to use that slope to his benefit and really try and hone in on middle and leg. Just half of a misfield there in the covers from Rishi Patel, but Sykes doesn't manage to get down the other end. Another dot ball. Yeah, that ball was pretty straight, even that one from Scriven, and Sykes trying to drive through cover. Just playing down the wrong line ever so slightly. Well, he's gone after that, and he might have found the gap. He hasn't timed it particularly well. Well, he found the gap sufficiently to come back for 2, but it's a good bit of work at deep, fine leg. Looking to cash in on the fact that Scriven had dropped that one a little bit short, and he's pulled that one, but I don't know if it kept a touch low, or maybe Scriven doesn't get as much bounce as the taller Green did from this end in the previous over, and Sykes actually did well to get anything on it. It was a bit of an ugly looking pull, but it does bring him 2 runs. again, one of those where the fielding team goes ooh and ah as the ball flies past the outside edge, but it's a very full delivery. We've seen when the ball is pitched up on this Guildford surface, there are runs to be had. If you can drive the ball through that offside, the ball doesn't do a lot from that fuller length. Be frustrated with himself there, I think, will Sykes. Ooh, that's flown off the edge, and that will be 4. Not the most convincing strokes from Ollie Sykes, but it's 4 nonetheless. I think they call that a moral victory, don't they, to the bowler. To be fair, it was very full. It was there to be driven, but just that front foot got stuck on the crease. That's a better shot. We've seen him play that a few times in this innings, not going at the ball hard outside off, letting it come to him and just taking his single behind square. Stark contrast to the previous delivery, where thick edge flew down to third, fine, past the fielder there for 4. 76 for 3, 18 gone. Barring that one false shot in that previous over, 2 deliveries ago, Sykes looked pretty good. He's played nicely, he's played with soft hands. He's picked off singles when Leicestershire have strayed a little bit straight in their lines and gone onto his pads. Good value for his 18 runs as he and Ryan Patel look to rebuild this Surrey innings. Rishi Patel to continue. Down the track comes Sykes. First show of real aggression from him. But he's content playing it along the floor for a single. You just think Surrey can't really let Patel get into his rhythm here. No, it's off spin and it's turning away from the bat. Oh, that really has just held in the pitch. That's that length that Patel's got to hammer away at. We saw him try in the previous over just to try and float one up there just to see what would happen. But I think that length that's going to pop or hold a little bit fuller this time. But Ryan Patel nearly gets a leading edge on it. Beginning to see why Ollie Sykes decided using his feet was a good option here. In the air, brief cry of catch it. Oh, that's a good bit of work out at extra cover. Ian Holland on the boundary saves 2 runs there. Ryan Patel got a fuller delivery that he thought he could get over the offside. He didn't get all of it, but just enough to beat the dive of extra cover. That's a more convincing looking stroke. Fuller delivery from Rishi Patel, Ryan Patel, down to long on. It's very hard to cut off the back foot through point with the way the ball is stopping in the pitch. As Ollie Sykes find out on that occasion, he can't get down the other end. So it's the end of the 19th over. 4 runs off that. Rishi Patel set a 6. But yeah, just on the left of your screen there, you can see actually Ben Cox, the Leicestershire wicketkeeper, is chatting to his captain Pete Hanscom, and he's actually just saying, I think, with the way he's gesturing there, that it's very hard to actually get on top of the ball and drop it down in front of square for a single. So I think he's just suggesting that they keep that length slightly shorter. That has been the one that is very difficult to score off. Scriven to continue. Surrey are going to have to come up with a plan here of how to counteract this, because I think Leicestershire will be very happy just kind of hammering away at this length, both seamers and spinners. And Ben Cox is actually standing up now to Scriven, so they're not really going to be able to use their feet to the seamers to try and put them off their lengths. This is good from Scriven. Keeping Patel in his crease, just targeting those stumps, seeing if one holds in the pitch. Does one pop? Nearly 20 overs in, Surrey are going to have to move from rebuilding mode into try to actually build a competitive total at some point in the not too distant future. Just a bit straight. Easy pickings for Patel to get down the other end. But he does have protection out there. And as long as Leicestershire are only conceding 1s and 2s with their misses, as far as the bowlers are concerned, they'll be very, very happy. It's been a while since we've seen a strong shot lead to a boundary from Surrey. Of course, Ollie Sykes, in the previous over from this end, did go after a full-blooded drive outside off and edged one down to third man. And that's really been the only success for the last few overs. Interestingly, the wicketkeeper actually stood back. Ooh, misfield. Green down at third man allows Sykes to come back for a second, and then he air nails the throw over the keeper's head. A few stern glances down towards third man at the young fast bowler, but no real words directed at him. But yeah, wicketkeeper standing back to Sykes. He has been up to Patel. So they obviously think Sykes is happier in his crease. There's that length, continuing to hammer away is Scriven. Actually change of plan. Scriven's just waved at Ben Cox saying, up you come. So he obviously thinks that Sykes is trying to get forward, get out of his crease, try and get him off that heavy length. So with one delivery remaining in the 20th over, Ben Cox is going to stand up with Ollie Sykes on strike. Driven nicely. It sounds beautiful off the bat. Oh, half stop at mid-off. Not the best piece of work there. Should have been a dot ball, but it is one to end the 20th over. And after 10 overs or so of me talking to myself, I think Cam Ponsonby is now going to come in and take his turn to entertain you all. Apologies once again. We are having some technical difficulties here, which means we only do have the one commentator on at any given time. But fingers crossed that gets rectified soon, and Cam is joined by a friend at some point sooner rather than later.
Thank you very much, Nathan Johns. A change of bowling, I believe, as well from the railway end. Short, and that's cut away for a dot ball. I don't change of bowling so much as changing the commentary box. I'm taking over. I'm Cameron Ponsonby. Rishi Patel's bowling some tweakers to the left-handed pair of Sykes and Patel. Think about a quick single down to short third, but decide against it. Down the track and just skews that ball back towards Patel. Briefly felt like there might have been a catching opportunity. This is the first time Patel has bowled in List A cricket. His off breaks have been coming along this season. Well, I say that, and that's a big full toss. That's been slapped away for 4 runs. Sykes churning at the moment, 26 off 36. This will be 4 of the simpler runs he'll score this season. There's a very big opportunity at this competition for Ollie Sykes, who's been breaking into both of Surrey's red and white ball teams across the last year. And that time that's short. They'll take one. I tell you what, Patel's going to have to hurry. And a direct hit would have been interesting. Fielder sat deep on the ring there. Surrey felt confident of being able to sneak a run through to Sol Budinger, but Patel almost had to go. That's 4 more. Short from Patel, 4 from Ryan Patel, and 50 as well for Surrey's new captain. He loves scoring runs in this competition, and he started this year in the same fashion that he left last. A very fine half century from Ryan Patel, and a loose over from Ryan Patel, from Rishi Patel even. 9 runs off it. Those 2 boundaries, 1 full toss, 1 drag down. And Surrey's batters help themselves, and they're going to have a quick drink, and why not? It is a warm day here down at Guildford Cricket Club on Woodbridge Road. We've got a sellout, 2,000 fans in attendance today. It really is a picture-perfect scene of outground cricket. Change your gloves. And the removal of the chest guard, I believe. I'm guessing from Ryan Patel, who does often wear one. I'd take great offence to that if I was Tom Scriven, bowling seamers. Oh, muted appeal for LBW, but it was a bit leg side. I think he hit it as well. But aside from that, a stellar call from Leicestershire. Short, pulled. That's a big one. 6 runs from Ollie Sykes. And that's hit a tree and dropped into the crowd. Everyone seems okay, so we'll be able to celebrate accordingly. And take a look at the replay on this. Short from Scriven, and that pace, Sykes is always going to be able to pick it up. And it lands in a tree, and thankfully drops back down into the cricket club because it was sailing a long way over the fence. Chopped down behind square on the offside, no run. So 2 dots and a 6 to start this 22nd over. That's full. Should just be 1 run out to the sweeper. Fields well in the deep. And that is the 100 up for Surrey in the 22nd over. 100 on the board. Runs not exactly flowing. Only 4.5 and over here at Guildford in what are idyllic batting conditions. But Surrey will be pretty content that they have Ryan Patel and Ollie Sykes both well placed on 50 and 34 apiece. Well, they're going for a quick single and they get home comfortably. I don't know if Rishi Patel was just asleep at the wheel there at cover. Well, the ball didn't seem to travel anywhere. Surrey managed to pinch a run. It's a good partnership from this pair. We've added 58. Surrey were in a little spot of bother earlier on in the piece. 2 wickets for Ian Holland, 1 for Alex Green. Another single added to the total there as Sykes slashes 1 ball down to deep third. End of the 22nd over. The score's 102 for 3. And Patel's going to continue from the railway end with his off breaks. Now, I did have his Cricinfo profile up in front of me, and I'm going to get it back up just to run you through some of his bowling stats from his career. 3 professional wickets across his career. That's very full on that occasion, dug out by Ollie Sykes. For his first, well, he had his first ever bowl in the Vitality Blast this year. He's only sent down a single over, but it brought a wicket and only went for 7 runs. first-class cricket. He has 2 wickets to his name, and he's bowled 32 overs there, so a little bit more experienced. Well, this is part-time, aiming to become full-time employment of spin from Rishi Patel. That's short again. And cut out to the sweeper for just 1 run. Oh, that's a good dot ball for Leicestershire. Short and wide and slammed at short cover. Now, one imagines the reason why Leicestershire have gone for Rishi Patel over the left arm spin of Liam Travaskis. Short again, and I tell you what, it might not be the best over via process for Leicestershire, but it is by result. Just 2 runs off it after 5 balls. Leicestershire just keeping their left arm spinner away from Surrey's twin pair of left-handers. That's very full again. Well, just 2 runs off the over. So well bowled Rishi Patel. Mixing up his lengths quite considerably. That's 23 gone now at Guildford, and it's 104 for 3. Looks like we're considering a bowling change from the pavilion end. Chris Wright's going to return to the attack. Bowled well at the start of today. 5 overs, no wickets. Well, conceded just 20 runs. Snuck a maiden in there as well. Mentioned earlier in the piece, he's been getting into his social media of late, Chris Wright. He's got a podcast with Keith Barker from Hampshire. Oh, big swing and a miss from Ryan Patel, who fancied that. We're outside the power play. So Leicestershire allowed 4 fielders out on the boundary, but they're currently square and behind the wicket. So mid-on and mid-off are up in the ring, and Ryan Patel thought this is worth having a crack at. Anything of a length or fuller, there's the opportunity to go over the top. Oh, well, I think that was just a slower ball from Chris Wright, and sorry, I think about to decide against it. I think Wright just rolled his fingers over that ball. It might have even taken the smallest edge on the way through before landing in front of Lewis Hill behind the stumps. The end result is a run, either way. Well, signalled as a bye, so no bat involved according to the umpire. Full and sliced away behind point. Sykes might get 4 for that, and he does. Really fast hands from the young left-hander. He manages to carve that away behind point. Add 4 to the total, and that is the kind of characteristics of this ground. Runs are so easily available. You get full value. It's small in size and it's quick in outfield. Well, that's well fielded at backward point. Budinger there got half a hand on the previous cut shot. This time he gets 3/4 of one. Prevents 3 further runs from being scored. Just 1 run added to the total. And be interesting to see how Surrey approach this. We're almost in that kind of mutually assured middle overs stage of the game, where Surrey were at 3 down, don't want to risk losing too many more wickets. Well, here we go, quick single. Well, wouldn't mind seeing that again. Tough to see from this angle behind the bowler's arm how close Sykes was there. Budinger didn't seem too interested when he just gently lobbed the ball underarm at the stumps. 24 overs gone now. It's 111 for 3. But Surrey, with the part-time spin of Rishi Patel bowling, might feel the opportunity to take it on, or do they feel their most value comes in just taking this innings that ever bit deeper? I'm Cameron Punsonby. You're listening to this Surrey live stream. Well bowled from Rishi Patel. Bit of turn and bounce. If you are wondering why you're just listening to me, we're having a couple of technical issues today where only one of the microphones is working. So we're going to have a rotating cast of the team. Out. Goodness me. Well, Ryan Patel doesn't like it. He doesn't think that's carried. He's asking the umpires the question. Leicestershire is celebrating, and it looks like Ryan Patel's going to have to go. He's Q-ended that because it was a rank long hop from Rishi Patel, and it somehow found its way back to the bowler. He's done well to catch it because with the bat speed what it was almost a slice, kind of a boomerang type effect on the ball. And Rishi Patel was his first wicket in list day cricket, and what a one to remember. Well, I imagine we might be just taking drinks as well. Let's have another look at the replay there, just to see if we're able to come to our own conclusions about whether that ball did carry. I think Rishi Patel was pretty content that it had found its way safely back towards him. But that's a big moment in this game because no matter how the wicket did arrive, Ryan Patel has to go. And he was well set with 300, well, hopefully, potentially. Well, we're going to have a quick drinks break here. There is the card on the screen. It's 111 for 4. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
So a drinks break there after the wicket of Ryan Patel. Josh Blake is the new batter out there. Rishi Patel bowling with a great deal of control at the moment, and would have been delighted with that wicket of Ryan Patel, who was looking very, very good, the Surrey captain. And Rishi Patel 1 for 18 so far. It's a full toss. Friendly offering for Josh Blake to get himself off the mark. Just turns that one out towards deep backward square. Ollie Sykes has played very nicely so far for these 41 runs. Just chops this one off the back foot down towards backward point. And there is no run. End of the over, so that's the halfway point for Surrey. Just a reminder, Leicestershire winning the toss and unsurprisingly deciding to have a bowl, because I think they'll fancy a chase on here, although it is a fairly slow wicket. So we've seen all the pace has come off from the Leicestershire bowlers, so all the pace has come off, and run scoring has proved to be tricky for Surrey. Just a reminder, Rory Burns was caught at slip off Holland for 3, and then Alan Thomas LBW to Holland for 6. Ben Foakes caught behind off Green for 5, and then Ryan Patel caught and bowled by Rishi Patel. Chris Wright back into the attack, bowled 6 very tidy overs to get started. Single here for Ollie Sykes as he plays this one out towards sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So 2 left-handers out there in the middle, and alongside me, I'm delighted to say, we would have heard from him earlier. He has had so much to tell us, but he is here now with a microphone. Good morning, Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Churchy. How are you?
I'm very well.
Afternoon,
you.
everybody.
Well, it's lovely to
yeah,
be
lovely.
on the roof with
I
you.
could have come 2 or 3 times down to the park.
As this one's turned by Blake in there towards short mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Yeah, decent
crowd.
Yeah, decent crowd. Lovely. Very small ground here. So you might expect big totals, but that's been compromised really by a thing called a pitch. And it's a very slow tennis ball kind of bounce surface here. We've seen a smidgen of cosmetic seam and swing.
Forward goes Blake.
So as a batsman, Churchy, you have to wait. If you're not going to do something like attack the ball a little bit more, you're having to wait for the bowler to make quite a large error, either a long half volley or a very short delivery before you can actually get into it. And that's been the approach so far we've seen from, a Surrey side. Asked to bat.
Sykes just opens the face, chops this one down to third man, down there in front of all the spectators on their white plastic chairs.
Yeah, so Burns, Thomas, Foakes, and now just recently Ryan Patel, who'd batted the whole innings so far until the 25th, has just been dismissed as well with a piece of short filth, actually. I've got to say.
Could be one of the best balls.
Well, it was in this particular case. They hadn't seen a chink in the armour of Ryan Patel until then.
Turned by Josh Blake out towards the backward square.
And a good partnership too between the 2 left-handers. Certainly, Ollie Sykes has been playing quite aggressively, hasn't he?
Well, that's his way, and it's a promising start this from O Sykes. He is an exciting player. Shot. There you go. Exactly what Jeremy Coney was talking about. Slightly over pitch, and Ollie Sykes has climbed into that, and that whistles off towards the Brighton Road.
You see, even, the more pace there is on the ball, the more chance there is to score, actually. It's the slower bowlers that will provide a problem. Slow medium, slow left arm, slow right arm, anything slowish. We've seen Rishi Patel, and he's still bowling, look more dangerous because the ball is just not arriving. and batsmen have to, you almost pay you to get your backlift up a little bit higher to get it through and take a bit more time with it, but you must keep your shape as a batsman. Keep your shape.
Rishi Patel continues into his 6th over from the railway end, started the 27th. Yeah, well, the interesting thing with you saying that is well, Ollie Sykes has always set up the way he does. That huge bat lift. Almost stands like a baseball player, does Ollie Sykes. As Josh Blake nurdles this one into the leg side, Cox quickly out from behind the stumps to do the fielding.
And you'd find also, I'm sure, that some of the quicker bowlers, like Wright, who opened the bowling, I think, didn't he? You'd expect him to bowl cutters, a lot of cutters.
Good bit of work from Rishi Patel off his own bowling. Again, he's just taking all the pace off this, is Rishi Patel. Yeah, you just got to wait and wait and wait as a batter at the moment. It will be interesting when Surrey get out there with the ball as well, who they use.
Well, that's a good point you make. And you were saying to me before, Ryan Patel might even be in the bowling lineup quite early.
I would be tempted. And the other thing I think you'll see...
Rory Burns, doesn't he bowl a little bit?
He can either bowl his off spin or his very, very slow medium pace, as this is a full toss, and I think Blake will feel he's missed out there, swept that straight to short fine.
That they do have some other spinners, of course, in their side. I mean, even this batsman, Ollie Sykes, bowls a bit of off spin, doesn't he?
And Burns could bowl off spin. Then you've got Yusuf Majid, of course, with his left arm spin, so he'll be key. As this is short, that's cut behind square by Blake, and that'll be 4. Off towards Dapjune Wharf it goes, and that's well fielded by a member of the Leicestershire coaching staff who were quietly going for a walk, hoping not to be spotted. And whenever you do that, the ball always comes straight to you. And a good bit of work there, because again, it would have hit the rope and flown straight into the crowd. That, so good hands. First boundary for Blake, he's on to 7, and 27 gone, 123 for 4.
The other thing I think that keepers have to do, they have to stand up a lot more. Obviously to the spinners, but I'm thinking more to the seamers as well. And if they're going to use cutters and so on, you just have quite a heavy workload in the day. But you've got to, because the other thing that you can do as a batsman, instead of waiting, is to go towards the ball and get as close as you can to it, and perhaps hit drives very straight. And that's why you've got to keep your shape, not sort of open out, showing the chest very much.
Green back into the attack. Oh, he's gone short here. And he's threw that very early, as Sykes, pulling out towards deep backward square. They'll get a single. You often see on slow pitches with big boundaries, the quicker bowlers running in, sticking it in the pitch halfway down, and you defend the long boundaries. But they're so short here, you can't really do that. Got away with that one, did Green. Oh yeah, Foakes will be up to the stumps. He's used to it.
Yeah, well, mid-on and mid-off are up here, aren't they? And keeper standing back, it means that the batsman, once he's in, he can go at this sort of bowling.
Short again, and pulled by Blake. Yeah, they do seem to be defending that leg side boundary at the moment. And one more to Blake. It's a gamble, because it's not a long carry to Dapjune Wharf, and we've already seen one go in the tree.
Yep. And into the crowd.
And into the crowd. Got to be on it. If you're sat...
Poor gentleman having an egg sandwich there at the time.
Oh, it's not what you want. It's not what you want as you get into your egg mayonnaise. What you don't want is a branch or some leaves falling on top of you, followed by a cricket ball. Especially struck by this young man, Mr. Sykes. He's looking to pull this one straight. And it's gone up to mid-on, and there is no run. So yeah, Ollie Sykes, as I say, he got one proper go in the T20 and made 40 odd. He made 70 odd against Essex last year in this competition. Slips come out now. So they did have a slip. They haven't for Sykes. Stands with that bat high in the air, chops it away to backward point. Won't get a run on this occasion. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I thought when we started that Surrey against this batting lineup would need 300, Guildford. But actually, having seen the pitch now, it might be something below that. Unless, of course, Sykes keeps going, because he's perfectly capable of taking the outfield completely out of the equation. Short again, cut away. Green slipped a touch there, I think, gets away with that one. That will just be a single for Ollie Sykes.
The other possibility for a batsman, I think, that would go through your mind would be, instead of standing at leg stump, to move across your stumps. Come on, bowler, see if you can hit my leg stump, because if you at the moment the field is a 5-4, 5 on the offside and 3 or 4 of those inside the 30-metre circle, so you're just hitting it to them unless you find a gap, whereas leg side there's lots of vacant spaces.
This is just punched away by Blake out towards the sweeper on the cover rope.
So anything short you can actually use the cross bat shot or a flick. Probably more of a cross bat shot. The flick would then open and expose the leading edge a little bit more, and it might go straight or to mid off. But I think just getting across your stumps, and if you've gone at the batsman just even once, they'll tend to want to drag down a little bit more. So that drag down, if you're across your stumps, then brings the cross bat stroke into play.
Yeah, it certainly does. And there are gaps in the field, of course. Can only have 11 out there, even with the fielding restrictions. Yeah, you might also see, we saw Thomas come out batting out of his crease straight away. So Cox back. There we are. Lovely day for it. It really is. So Ian Holland, who's picked up 2 for 21 thus far, picked up the first 2 to fall today. In Burns and Thomas is back into the attack. Lots of experience. There goes a train behind him, and all the pace off it. And Blake waits and waits and waits for this, and opens the face, runs it away down towards the man. Fielding's good, and they'll pick up a single. Yeah, that is exciting. Red train, that's going out of Guildford station. So red, I think, is southwest trains. Jeremy Coney, I think.
I came down this morning.
But that's what you came on.
Mm.
I'm hoping that isn't the train.
Three stops.
Just left.
3
to go
stops.
Back. Doesn't surprise me. Sykes forward he goes to a good length ball. Just pushes out towards backward.
Now, I hope your mum's ready to receive a guest.
We are very excited in the church family household to have Mr. Jeremy Coney staying with us tonight and tomorrow night. And
I'm going to be on
have
my
I
best
got
behaviour.
a day lined up for you tomorrow?
Right.
Oh.
Right. Okay.
Oh, you're going to see some sights. As down the pitch goes Sykes. That's well bowled by Holland. Just followed him.
Will we have time? We've got to study the form and what might happen tomorrow and today's game.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We've got to do our prep for Friday as well.
Yes.
But we might find somewhere, maybe with an outside table, to sit and discuss Gloucestershire's strengths and weaknesses before Friday. But no, we're very excited. I even went yesterday and got in cornflakes, thinking for breakfast in the morning maybe. Short ball, and he hasn't timed this at all. Again, Blake, apologies, Sykes doesn't time that one, and that potters out towards Hanscom in there at short mid-wicket. Good move this from Hanscom. He's gone back to here, one over right. Now he's gone back to Holland. And number 1, Holland isn't going for runs in this over. And number 2, he's sort of saying to Holland, can you knock Sykes over for me? Just backs away. Cuts this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. So just singles at the moment for Surrey. One more to the total. Guildford's a lovely place to go for a wander. Cathedral to look at. Lovely high street.
Yes, I don't know it, I've got to
Yeah,
say.
that's
Well,
what
I've
you
been
can
here
see.
before, of course. We commentated
did.
once before, if
For
you
the
remember,
good
and it
ship.
poured, didn't it,
Did
outside?
it rain?
The equipment,
Oh,
that's
dear.
all I can remember.
That was black bin liners. That's well bowled, well played by Blake. Soft hands, just solidly forward, playing that one out into the offside. But tidy over again. The front Holland, just a couple off it. So 29 gone, 21 left. You can see the scorecard there. And Foakes caught behind off green. Patel caught and bowled off Patel for 53 off 67 balls. Looked very good.
So 4.5?
Four
Nearly.
and a halves at the moment.
Nearly. So we just sort of, it looks like if they continue at this rate, hopefully from a Surrey perspective, if they can do that, they might accelerate slightly.
I think the man on your screen now to the left is very important, Wally Sykes. I think he's got to stick around here.
Yes.
He's got to be there at the back end.
Well,
Wally Sykes.
These are the days that it makes a difference. If you get a batsman who gets to 50 and he just decides, right, I'm going to carry on here, and that can make, a decent total. At the moment it's just heading towards 220, between 220 and 230. That may not be enough. As I say, it's a very small ground in the context of some of the major grounds around.
Green starts the 30th over. Again, he's going short and wide there. That's the 50 for Ollie Sykes. And it's been a nice knock so far from this young man. And 50 from 63 without taking any risks yet. He's just played strong cricket shots, hasn't he?
He's been compact. He's got the bat up nice and high early. He's played some mainly cuts when they've dropped a wee bit short or pulled. He's pulled one in, over the boundary square. Some drives.
It's a full toss. Blake will feel he's missed out a touch there. Just drives straight up to mid-off. I'm sure it's been said before, but Green does remind me a little of Marshall de Lange. Now, he used to be a javelin thrower, did Marshall.
He was fairly sharp too.
He still is, but it is like a javelin throw with him. And he's a strong boy, as is Green. Green obviously a bit younger than Mr. de Lange, but there's a similarity really. As that short and just waits for it, does Blake, and pulls it out towards deep backwards square. Little juggle out there, but they'll get the single. Josh Blake on to 11. Josh Blake made his maiden one-day 100 last season in this competition. Played extremely well at Scarborough as well in the championship game for Surrey. Kept beautifully, but I think Foakes will do the keeping today, and you will see a bit of Ben Foakes up to the stumps. That shadow of a doubt. That is very short, and it's stuck in the pitch, and Ollie Sykes has looked to pull it through it far too early, and Chris Wright takes a simple catch at mid-on, and that is a real shame. And Sykes goes for 50, but banged in by Green, and it just stuck in the pitch, and Ollie Sykes could have really put that anywhere, but he was through it far too early. Toe end of the bat, and it has looped straight to Chris Wright. So 5th wicket goes for Surrey. Sykes so disappointed. It's worked for Green, and Surrey 131 for 5.
Yeah, he's fallen again. That's the second batsman who had the chance to go on, and they scored 50. They looked reasonably comfortable. That got quite high on him too, and then just looped and slowly came towards him. I mean, the option was to get either further inside the line and go leg side. If he gets that left leg of his, round to the side more, so the ball's on your right-hand side, and you can then get it squarer to mid-wicket, which is open. Or you go the other way and you bunt it, as a la Harry Brook does, down the ground a lot more, and over the bowler and behind the bowler. Those were the two options. And unfortunately, he's been taking a very comfortable catch mid-on.
Poor old Ollie Sykes. He looked a bit like I do when I've been waiting for, I don't know, the gas man to come round and have a look at the boiler, and we're into the 8th hour of waiting, and they've just rung to say we'll be with you in 15 minutes. But from a Leicestershire point of view, they're doing this very well at the moment. We haven't really had any partnerships of note so far, and they're just picking up their wickets at the right time. Green's got 2 for 21 now. So Cam Steele Very experienced player, of course. Out there in the middle to join Josh Blake as his first ball from green. Oh, he could go here. He's looked to pull a ball that wasn't that short, and Cox has done pretty well there behind the stumps because it went straight off the top edge and it was swirling. And Cox there for a moment I thought had misjudged it, but then he dives forward, takes the catch, and Green's on a hat-trick. And I'm not too sure that one was short enough to be looking to pull first up from Cameron Steele. And it's gone straight off his top edge. And watch Cox, he's run almost in a circle to get to that, but he does really well. And Green's on a hat-trick, and Surrey are suddenly 131 for 6.
Yes, he was kind of running towards the stumps for a while, wasn't it? And then he found if he moved anti-clockwise, he would get to the catch, and he was diving at the end. So he's actually, while a little mistake early, he corrected that, and it ended up quite a reasonable catch.
It did.
Yeah.
It was what you would say is in rugby terms, it was a hell of a sidestep from him, but then he got there. So all of a sudden, James Taylor's having to make his way to the middle. I think there's been a bit of a scramble for pads and gloves here for James Taylor, but Green on a hat-trick. So he's picked up that wicket of Ollie Sykes for 50, and then Cam Steele first ball. And of course the other thing with Cam Steele is, as I say, he's hugely experienced, so they've lost another experienced player now. So Taylor jogging out there into the middle. So what does Peter Hanscom give Alex Green? Couple of slips. Here we go. Couple of slips for the hat-trick ball, quite rightly. So good from the captain. So, well, it's worked. The short ball's worked twice. Will he make it a hat-trick delivery with the short ball to James Taylor? We're about to find out. There's Taylor on the hat-trick ball from Green. Yeah, he's gone short. Oh, but it's hit him in the unmentionables, James Taylor. That won't be a hat-trick, but 2 in 2 for Green. And Surrey in a spot of bother now. Well bowled, Alex Green. 2 in 2 and 131 for 6. Surrey, a few more thoughts from you here, Mr. Coney, and then I think you're going to be joined by Cameron Ponsonby. But I think he's writing his autobiography there at the back of the box.
Yeah, timely.
Given a new rotor. No, I've got that wrong. He's going to join you at the end. No, he should be joining you now, but he's deep in chapter 3 of the autobiography, which is entitled "My Day on the Roof at Guildford." It'll be one of the better chapters. So, few thoughts from Jeremy Coney, then Cameron Potts.
Yeah, timely wickets, I was going to say, for Leicestershire, and very similar deliveries. We've got a left arm spinner coming in now, so that again, no pace on the ball, keeper up behind obviously the stumps, and looks like a 5-4 offside field.
Travaskis in. Well, that just pops off the pad of Josh Blake. Travaskis had been kind of held back, Jeremy Coney, because Surrey had 2 left-handers at the crease. Well, Cameron Steele came in briefly, and he was a right-hander. But he's in now with James Taylor in, albeit at the non-striker's end, and that's 1 run. Clipped up to long on. And a very exciting moment for me personally, of course. We've spent a lot of time together over the last 6 months, Jeremy. The first time sharing a microphone with you, live at least.
Yeah, exactly. Usually on the side of a field, some cricket field somewhere, wasn't it? Reviewing a day.
It's a very fine and well-established cricket podcast. The Final Word, which occasionally they let me and Jeremy Coney loose on. We're just having some changes in the field here. Slips come in. Peter Hanscom, the skipper, has moved himself to first slip. There's a bit of a gap now open at cover to encourage James Taylor just to push the ball in that direction. And that he does. They think about a single. Well, mix up in the middle, and they eventually get home pretty safely. Bit of a traffic jam at the non-striker's end. I think Taylor might have even run into the stumps there. Oh, inside edge, well bowled, Travaskis. He's got a bit of turn there, and Blake driving away from his body. Takes the inside edge. Skips away to short fine leg for no run. Electric off his own fielding. A good start from Leon Travaskis. Just 2 runs off his first over. Surrey in a spot of bother here at 133 for 6. It's 31 overs gone.
Yeah, can't obviously afford to lose any more wickets for some time here. If they're going to post anything like that 220 they were looking like 3 or 4 overs ago, having lost the 2 wickets in the 30th over. So a partnership must be started and at least take some time to get used to the very different nature of the pitch. You're not really facing lots of bowling, even in the nets, I don't think, on just how slow and how tennis bally this bounce is here at Guildford. And it just takes some time to get accustomed to know what shots you can play safely.
Green in to Taylor, and he thumps him on the thigh pad. It's a bit of a battle of the seamers called Alex today. Alex Green and Alex Green is representing Leicestershire. Alex French is making his debut for Surrey. Both England under-19 seamers. Alex Green bowling here, 18 years old, roughly 7'4". Now very, very excited about him at Leicestershire. I remember speaking to James Taylor about him last year. Again, he hammers the ball into the pitch, up into the ribs of James Taylor. Because Leicestershire, of course, also have Josh Hull.
Yes.
Who bowled
The
left
left
arm
armour,
and
yep.
made his test debut for England last year. And speaking to James Taylor, I think Josh Hull's taller than Alex Green. In kind of sheer mass. James Taylor's basically like, you thought that he was big. Wait till you see the next one.
Right, well, yeah, he is a large lad, isn't he? Powerful, looks powerful.
Short again. And Green's bowling very well at the moment. 3 wickets to his name. He's conceded just 22 runs off 5.5 overs.
Kind of a shoulder bowler, really, isn't he? He needs to get some pace and some rhythm about his run-up so that he's ready to be nice and balanced when he delivers at the crease. But you can hear he's really grunting and trying to get this ball into the surface of this pitch and make it sort of just change what appears to be a quick ball into a slow one.
Oh, that's a swing and a miss. And we have quite an interesting field set by Leicestershire here. So we're still in the second power play, which means they can have 4 fielders out on the boundary. There's 1 out at deep cover point. Then we have 4 fielded scattered around the offside in the ring. We have an almost gully-like position, then a backward point, and a cover and a mid-off. What would this field
Well, they've got
suggest?
a gully in there as well, haven't they? If you're bowling short outside the off stump, that brings a catch into those 2, one at gully and one at backward point.
So it's tucked into the leg side for a single.
That's where I think there are only 3 on the onside, so you've got a mid-on and then a square leg and then a fine leg. So there's acres of space inside that circle, and so you want to get sort of the offside of the ball slightly, don't you? And if the bowler's concentrating to bowling a shorter length, I think you can get inside the line a little bit. So you're taking LBW and bowled out of the equation.
Green to Taylor. Taylor just backs away ever so slightly and defends into the offside. End of the 32nd over. The score's 135 for 6, and I believe you're going to be making way. Jeremy Coney, your services have been appreciated and they are no longer required. And even more excitingly, I welcome for the first time to the Surrey box. That's actually not quite true, is it? The second time, Hector Vickers, who did a couple of overs of commentary a couple of years ago, but after a winter travelling the world into New Zealand and the UAE covering the cricket, is here with us on the Surrey live stream. Welcome, Hector.
Afternoon, Cam. Afternoon, everyone. Nice to be here.
Oh, Travaskis is going to continue from the railway end. He gets a bit too full on that occasion, and Blake is able to skip down the track and clip it to mid-wicket, but no run. Well bowled again from Travaskis. That's the second ball he's managed to get gripping and turning into the left-handed Blake.
Pace off seems to be doing the wonders for Leicestershire here. Surrey will look to pack their overs with spin in the second innings.
Down the track again, and this time Blake forces one run up to long on. Brings the left-handed, right-handed even, Taylor on strike.
I think using the feet is what Josh Blake should look to do more often coming into the back end of this innings. Try and sort of nullify any uneven bounce in this wicket.
Beg your pardon, I've just been distracted by a spider hanging from my hat. It was a very alarming moment. Dot ball bowled. Oh, Taylor goes for the reverse sweep. Well, wicketkeeper and first slip were interested. Travaskis less so. Just wonder, where are Surrey going to take their risk here? Taylor's felt he forced to play that shot. He needs to take a positive option to find a boundary. Oh, that's well bowled. Really well bowled from Travaskis. Fine ball to finish the over. That spat past the outside edge. Just one run comes off the 33rd over. Scores 136 for 6. And Surrey, well, they're struggling a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, Surrey in a lot of trouble here, and these two are going to have to do the bulk of the scoring if they're going to be able to push up to, you feel 240 would be a score which they could feel like they could defend on this wicket, but Josh Blake is going to have to do most of this here. James Taylor, what do you think? Think stick around or play some shots?
Well, they've still got some batting to come. Yusuf Majid and Nathan Barnwell, more than capable of bat in hand. Green comes into Blake, and that's pulled into the leg side. And we know that Green, both through his height, but also through the fields that Leicestershire is setting, especially to the left-handed Blake, who's now off strike. They're not looking to target the stump, they're hammering that back of the length area.
Well, they've got 4 men out behind square, two behind square, 2 behind point, 1 slip in. Green, 6'7" of them. Who needs Josh Hole on your side?
Short again, swing and a miss from Taylor. Good bat speed from the right-hander. Both Nathan Barnwell and Yusuf Majid are well experienced in this competition. They played pretty much the full campaign last year and played bits and bobs between them before then. Nathan Barnwell, if I remember correctly, scored some runs against Middlesex down at Radlett.
List day average of 22 for Nathan Barnwell. Very valuable runs today if he can get up there.
Edged, caught and gone. A 4th wicket for Green, who's been so impressive this afternoon. And a 7th wicket falls for Surrey. And well, the trouble they're in gets a little bit deeper. The score 137 for 7.
As you said there, Cam, Green just banging it into the wicket, pulling it short, and Taylor had a flash. Ends up finding slip, but fantastic bowling from Green. He now has 3 wickets, 3 for 24 from his 6 so far.
Well, we may well be witnessing something here, Hector. It's a bit of a, well, Green has played a number of times for Leicestershire already. But this does, well, let me get his figures up. He's got 4 professional wickets in total arriving into today. He's now got 4 just in the last couple of hours alone. I can't quite emphasise enough just how excited Leicestershire are about this young bowler. Combining brains with brawn. And he's got his best figures of his career to date so far. Just the 1 first-class game to his name, which came at the back end of last season. He played against Derbyshire. I think if you are watching Alex Green for the first time this afternoon, it's not going to be for the last.
Yeah, really exciting talent. Bagged himself a fifer for England under-19 against Scotland earlier on this season, and very quick bowler. Has a very well-directed short ball, as we've seen so far today. Nathan Barnwell now joins Josh Blake at the crease. 4 for Green so far.
Well, a statistical quirk I've enjoyed about Nathan Barnwell. He's played one first-class game, scored 22 runs, giving him a first-class average of, from one innings, 22. In his List A career, 6 innings, 88 runs, 2 not outs, average of 22. Here he is again. Oh, goodness me. Well, he's left that. It's gone over the top of off stump. He's always been a good judge of length, Nathan Barnwell. He just knew that. I was just rising over the top of the stumps.
Clever leave that one.
Goodness me, it's another fine delivery from Alex Green. Just seamed in off the surface.
Little bit of a slope here at Guildford. So off the slope.
That's slashed away down to deep third, and Barnwell is off the mark. Well, this is...
Well, 16 overs remaining for Surrey here. And currently going at 4s. They're going to have to look to kick on at some point. I wonder whether Barnwell will just look to hang around and give Josh Blake time. Obviously, Blake made an List A century last summer, came against Essex at Chelmsford. And
well, you are stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place if you're Surrey here. That's a loose delivery. Well outside off stump, but another successful over for Leicestershire. The wicket of James Taylor fell, so after 34 overs it's 138 for 7. So 16 overs to go. If you go at, well, 5 and over, that gives you 80 runs, so that gets you up above 200, but it's whether you think 218, 220 is really enough. Are you just extending the inevitable? So do you play to give yourself a chance, or do you play to kind of lift that ceiling and try and get above 250 and beyond, but take those risks, which means you might lose your wickets earlier?
well, I think anything above 200 gives you a chance on this wicket, especially with the slow bowling options that we have.
Oh, well bowled by Travaskis again.
But
Barnwell
Surrey
gets a leading edge and just trickles into the offside. They can take one.
Yeah, if you look at, you've got Majid, Cam Steele obviously, and Ryan Patel actually. Hopefully he'll be able to bowl a full 10 overs. He likes bowling here, likes playing here at Guildford. Took 6 for 5, I believe, back in 2018. 5 in 11 deliveries.
I wonder whether Ryan Patel will opt to bowl himself. He's now able to call the shots. Whether we'll see him with more ball in hand or maybe less. Swept from Josh Blake, and he might get 4 for this. Nope. Fielder in the deep. Runs around and cuts it off, so it's just 1 run after all that. Thought from the angle he'd managed to get it behind square, was going to race away for 4.
Well, I think the smart decision for Patel would be to bowl himself. Maybe not the full 10 overs, but as we saw earlier on in this innings, the slow bowling pitched up looks as if it's quite difficult to time it early on.
We're just having a play around with the field. Now 2 fielders behind points on the offside, and that slip in place to Barnwell. Oh, goodness me. Oh, has that come off the inside edge, or has that been a fumble behind the stumps from Lewis Hill? I'll have to see a replay to confirm it. I think in all, it was just a play and a miss, not actually that exciting. Well, that is exactly what Hector is referring to. Travaskis is finding a lot of spin, and quite dramatic spin from this surface. It's well played from Barnwell. Surrey do have a couple of spinners in their ranks. They've got Yusuf Majid, who will bowl some left arm tweakers. They've got Cameron Steele, who will bowl some leggies.
Ollie Sykes could offer some overs. He's been bowling a lot in the winter in the nets, works with Gareth Batty quite a lot. The issue for Surrey is the openers that Leicestershire have can really get them off to an explosive start, and Sol Budd and Rishi Patel, both very, very explosive left-hand, right-hand combination. If they use the feet well, in this outfield, these small boundaries, they kick it off to a flyer, and at that stage it will be quite hard to draw back for Surrey with the runs they have.
You're absolutely correct. Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel are 2 of the most watchable batters in the country. Sol Budinger left-handed, very aggressive player. And Rishi Patel, well, occasionally aggressive, but very elegant in the way he goes about his innings. We're having a change in the bowling attack. Ian Holland is replacing Alex Green. I think it'll be a welcome change for Surrey to see the back of Green. Oh, and that's just stayed a little bit low. I think maybe after a couple of overs of 6'7" Alex Green bowling, Josh Blake was expecting that ball to get a little bit higher.
Well, field packed quite tightly on the offside, got almost a catching cover in, and then men behind square, so both the short and the full options available to Holland.
Well, just one run taken out into the deep.
Sol Budinger, especially for Leicestershire, had a fantastic competition last season. I believe he's averaging around 45 with the bat. 5th highest run scorer in the comp last season, obviously the highest being his skipper, Peter Hanscom. Plenty of batting for Leicestershire. Shah Massoud, the Pakistan Test captain, likely to come in at 4.
Oh, that's out. Barnwell just fails to get his bat down in time. It rolls off the face of the bat, bounces before the stumps, and clips the bails on the way through. Well, Surrey, they are now 8 down, 141 for 8. A 3rd wicket of the afternoon for Ian Holland, and this has been a dominant performance from the Foxes so far.
Well, it has been exactly that, and Josh Blake now, you feel he's going to have to start playing some shots here. Just trying a little cameo at the back end of the innings. Only the 2 wickets to come, as Yusuf Majid will walk out to join his teammate.
Well, Surrey are going to need something special here, because I know the wicket has been a little bit tennis ball bouncy. We've heard Jeremy Coney referring to that before. But given the size of this ground, given the pace of the outfield, you only need to slash a few balls away and the run rate could be flying up. Yusuf Majid is joining Josh Blake in the middle, so we just see a replay of Nathan Barnwell's dismissal. And Leicestershire, the 2023 champions, well, they're starting this season in fine form.
Well, it's hard to see where Surrey are going to score their runs here at the back end of the innings. Leicestershire have just been so tight all day, and they're almost getting better and better with every ball here. Ian Holland, 3 wickets so far. He's looked very nice. Got so many options with the ball as well, Leicestershire, which makes them so dangerous. Batsmen can't really settle. 2 left-handers out here. It's going to give Leicestershire the perfect template here just to settle into a rhythm. Bring the fielders in from the offside, so no option of, well, an option of going over.
Holland into Majid. He just prods that into the offside. Yusuf Majid been skippering the 2s quite a lot this season here at Surrey. He did play the odd game in the Vitality Blast, and he made his debut in the county championship late last year away at Essex. Oh, and that stayed low. The contrast between facing Alex Green an over ago, granted Majid wasn't out there, so Ian Holland now is being quite dramatic.
Well, arguably the keeper could come up to the stumps here, Ben Cox, and just nullify any chance of Majid or Blake advancing down the ground. I feel like that is where the runs will come, moving down and trying to sort of get in line, kill the pitch of the ball almost.
Well, we're just having a tweak to the field. Fine legs moved a bit finer. There's 2 out on the leg side. And a bluff from Leicestershire, kind of wiggling the fielders in the deep around as if you're going to bowl a short ball, and then he shoves it up full. Majid equal to it and pushes it down the ground for 1. Over, finish, 36 gone. The score was 142 for 8. So We expect Liam Travaskis to continue. He's bowled 3 very fine overs so far. Now that man on your screen right now, Josh Blake, is the last recognised batter. There's only 2 wickets left in hand for Surrey. And you wonder, given he's left-handed, given he's facing the left arm spin of Travaskis, whether this will be where he decides to take his risk. Leicestershire are, well, they're making a change to the field. It looks like they're going to put a short leg in. Sol Bodinger's run off to get a helmet. So it's Yusuf Majid on strike. His job will be to get off strike, to get Blake down to his end. Let him try and play some shots. So we do, in the 37th over, have a short leg in place. Travaskis blows his hands, probably to cool them down. It's roasting hot here in Guildford. And there you have it immediately. Ball goes down leg side. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. Surrey get back for 2, and they are leg byes.
Well, I'm surprised he's run back for 2 there, really. I would have thought Josh Blake, as you were just talking about, would have liked 5 balls at Travaskis here, especially if they're going to keep the short leg in for him.
We see that bounce again. That's the 3rd time Travaskis has beaten a left-handed batter on the inside edge. He's really getting dramatic turn from outside off stump, and whilst Yusuf Majid will be having to deal with it at the moment with bat in hand, he knows he'll get ball in hand in not too long. Problem he has at the moment is Surrey have only got 144 runs on the board.
Well, so Budinger, now Josh Blake's on strike. Now he'll remove the helmet and dip back into a sort of a catching mid-wicket to Josh Blake.
Blake's able to rotate the strike immediately, just tucking the ball into the leg side for 1 more run. So 4 runs scored from the over so far.
Well, if Surrey continue to run singles against Travaskis, you've got a feel for Budinger at short leg, having to run back and forth, helmet on, helmet off. It's a hot day here at Guildford. Has to bat soon.
That's full, fielded off his own bowling by Travaskis. It's a good point, Hector. I haven't seen where Budinger was storing his helmet. I don't think he wasn't running it off so far, but he was just perched behind Lewis Hill. Now mid-wicket drops out to the boundary, so they're giving Majid the whole of the leg side to take a single and keep him on strike for the following over. And they do take that single. Majid punches the ball to backward point. It's a good over for Surrey there. They pick up a handful, and after 37 overs it's 146 for 8.
Well, they'll be happy with that and hope that that can continue. I'm sure they'll both be content with knocking the strike around. It seems as if Josh Blake is very happy and confident to share the strike around with his partner Yusuf Majid. Liam Travaskis, he's been varying his pace really nicely so far today. I think that's one of the things that makes him so lethal. He can loft one up, flight it up there, and then, as we saw that last delivery there, just the flat, quicker delivery can be so dangerous, especially on a wicket like this.
Well, you're watching and listening to the Surrey live stream. I'm Cameron Punson. I'm joined by Hector Vickers. Surrey in trouble at the moment, 147 for 8. And Ian Holland has ball in hand. Blake fancied a quick single there.
Just looking at the Surrey batting lineup here, Cam, to me it looks very versatile. We saw Ben Foakes come in at 4 earlier. I was sort of expecting him to come down at 5 or 6. Do you think that they'll play the campaign in a sort of Cam Steele can bat anywhere? Will they send people out to bat based on the situation they find themselves in, or?
Majid just drops that into the offside for no run. I think they've got an element of versatility that they can employ in their middle overs. I think their top 3 at least will be pretty settled. Rory Burns and Ryan Patel will open up throughout whenever Burns is available. Adam Thomas, I imagine they'll be wanting to give their young player a good run at number 3. Whether Foakes plays the whole campaign, we assume so at the moment. He could potentially shuffle around.
Dom Sibley also expected to come back into the side. He's away with injury so far. Also alongside Matt Fisher. Where would he come in? Open or 3?
Well, Sibley would, I imagine, very fine point. He probably could replace Thomas at number 3. It depends on the kind of balance and the aim of this competition is for Surrey. Is it a competition they're aiming to first and foremost win? Or is it a competition they're looking to develop players for the future? So if you say, right, we want to put our strongest 11 out on the park, currently Dom Sibley would come ahead of Adam Thomas in that context. On the flip side, if it was a case of Adam Thomas, England under 19, we think he could be a player for Surrey, not only now, but for the next 10 years. You might want to give him a chance to bat throughout this month and get some first-team experience.
It's an explosive top-order batter, Adam Thomas. A very handy player, and I think it will be good to see him get a full run out this competition. He hasn't played a lot of cricket recently. It'll be good to see him also learn from the likes of Burns and his captain Patel. Hopefully we can find a fine player in him.
Well, 5 dots in a row so far from Holland this over. See if he can round it out and complete the maiden. Well, that's short, and it's hit him. I tell you what, that didn't beat him for pace, it beat him for a lack of it. So 6 dots in a row. Leicestershire will be happy with that, but Surrey will be pleased to have Blake on strike. So 38 overs gone. The score was 147 for 8.
That's a Sam Curran-esque slower ball on was there from Ian Holland. We're starting to see that a lot more in white ball cricket. Really starting to see seamers completely kill their paces off and bamboozle the batsman at the other end.
Well, Travaskis is going to continue. He's bowled 4 overs for just 7 runs so far. Now this will be an interesting over because I think Blake might be thinking now is the time to take that risk. He's got 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary and long on in place. Well, what do I know? No risk taken, knocks it along the ground for 1 up to long on. Well, Majid on strike now. We see 1 fielder comes in from the leg side, and now Peter Hanscom, this captain, is having a little chat with his bowler, working out what plans they want. And here we go. Where's that helmet? Are we getting it? No, it doesn't look like it. We have an interesting fielding position in play here. We have the halfway house fine leg. A deep backward square, about 20 yards in from the rope. Perched there for the top edge sweep. It's well played by Majid, and he's able to get Blake back on strike.
Leicestershire still very much on top here. It's a competition that they value, well, all teams value, but they've got a lot of love for this competition. Winners in 2023 just fell short in the semi-finals last year.
And there we do see that risk. Blake goes to reverse sweep. And Green has to set off. Oh no! Goodness me. Well, he can't do everything right today. That's 4 runs. He's been absolutely superb with ball in hand, but he's mistimed his slide there. And the poor fella has let that trickle away for 4 runs.
Well, that'll give this Guildford crowd something to cheer about today. It's been a tough day so far, but a lovely day all in all. It looks like we've got some kids playing in the practice nets on the side, but yeah, rare slip up there from Leicestershire.
We're going to see that's actually a good indication of just how quick this outfield is. Because Green was very comfortably trotting alongside it, and as he went to slide it, had already raced away from him. Blake adds 1 more run to the total. So 4 scoring shots in a row here for Surrey. That's clipped mid-wicket. Finds the fielder, so no run scored. That's full and beautifully driven out to the offside sweeper by Majid. Just 1 run. But a good over for Surrey that there. 8 runs scored off it. 39 overs gone. The score is 155 for 8. Just see the card there, the batting card, and the Well, the difficulty for Surrey is you've got Ryan Patel and Ollie Sykes, who both made half centuries, but left there pretty quickly afterwards. Josh Blake on 24, but no one else into double figures. They'll be looking just to keep chipping along here, getting themselves up to 200 and beyond.
Well, 11 overs to come here, and Leicestershire have been so clinical so far. Can they close out this innings in the next couple of overs? If Surrey bat the next 11, you feel they can get to a decent total here.
Well, that's 4 more. Well waited on by Yusuf Majid. And after playing a beautiful cover drive, the ball before, now has his first boundary to his tally. No fielder out on that offside boundary for Majid. They're trying to squeeze the tail ender and keep him on strike. But Majid capitalises on a bit of width.
It's comfortable just to sit back in his crease, Majid. We saw last over, playing the ball underneath his eyes.
No run on this occasion. Leicester keeping that cover point in the ring, so they're still asking the number 10 to take a risk, to either go over the top or go through the offside. Ian Holland bowling. Oh, a few change-ups. Mixing things up on this surface. Oh, player to miss, and Majid is frustrated. He was just trying to run that down to deep third to get Blake back on strike, but no dice on this occasion.
Just angled in a touch there from Holland and beats the inside edge almost.
Dot ball again from Ian Holland. Ian Holland showing off, I was going to say a wide range of slower balls, but he keeps bowling this back of a hand slower ball almost as his stock delivery here. That's a beautiful shot again from Majid. Surrey might have to run these, but it's quick out there. Well, the fielder's quicker. Travaskis in the deep keeps it to 2.
Oh, he's looking good out there today, is Majid. Josh Blake will be very happy to see him getting forward there and driving nicely. So these two starting to form a bit of a partnership.
Well, 20 runs added between Majid and Blake. Short into the pitch. There's that super short, slower ball. The umpire didn't know what to do with himself. As the ball clips him on the way through, who knows? Well, it's 1 run nevertheless. So well, the Guildford crowd have really enjoyed that. Proper giggles gone round the outfield.
Getting
Right,
into it now.
40 overs gone. The score's 162 for 8. And by the sight of a Nathan Johns lurking behind me, I believe I'm making way to take you to the close. Will be Nathan Johns and a bit more from Hector Vickers.
Well, 10 overs to come now. Sorry, 162 for 8. Just talking about now, Majid looking just to settle into a nice little partnership here with Josh Blake. Almost called out there. The short delivery on this kind of spongy wicket seemed to do for a lot of the Surrey batsmen today. Ryan Patel, the top scorer for his team, first match captaining his side, 53 from 67, and Ollie Sykes, the only other to pass 50. 50 and out for him off the 64 balls. Both of the two actually fell to rather similar deliveries. Short balls called out, toe-ended straight to the fielder.
Afternoon, Hector.
Afternoon.
What an afternoon it is in the baking hot sunshine up here at Guildford. Rishi Patel is back into the attack, bowling to the left-hander. God, that ball just stops in the pitch once again, not for the first time today. Rishi Patel's had a lot of luck bowling short of a length. I mean, one might even describe it as his wicket that he got as a rank long hop that was spooned back to him. This time Majid is able to wait on it as the ball takes an age to pitch and spin and get through to him. Pushes that through to the offside for a single. Brings Blake on strike. 24 off 38. He's played a useful hand here, is Blake. It's been a bit tricky. Wickets falling at the other end. He's managed to still score. It's been crucial. very full from Patel. No pace at all offered on that. Brief thoughts for a second, but turned down quickly.
Well, it's one of those wickets that feels like you're never properly in. We saw that with Ryan Patel and Ollie Sykes. Just never really get into a rhythm where you're timing the ball perfectly every time.
Just for a second, I thought he might have gotten away with that. Did Patel try to bowl quicker ball, which is interesting. We haven't seen a lot of that. Taking pace off and letting the pitch do the work has seemed to be the modus operandi of the day, but a quicker ball called a wide. He tries it again. Same results. You see what he's trying to do? He's trying to get him to just cut the ball. He's got two kind of, well, one catcher and one for one that does hit the middle of the bat there in front of square on the offside. There's one of those catchers as he cuts off that single.
He's also got almost a catching third man in as well. Expect the quicker one. If Majid throws his hands hard, he could well pick out. I think that's Lewis Hill there, Chris Wright.
He's varying his pace nicely, is Patel. Every now and then he is just tossing up a slower one on a straighter line, seeing if Majid just falls over. Does he spoon it to that man at short mid wicket who now sits on the edge of the ring? So they're happy to give one with a couple of deliveries remaining in what is Patel's 7th over. Oh, well, he might just get away with this. Yeah, deep square comes around to cut it off. Majid just... I think Majid thought that ball was coming in a little bit slower than it was. Just for a second there, I don't think he realised that he had to get his skates on. But he comes back safely for a second. Patel gets away with a rank full toss. Could easily have been a boundary. Brings to an end his 7th over. Sorry, 168 for 8. There are 9 remaining. Not quite, given they are 8 down, not quite the stage of going hell for leather into that death phase as sometimes we see in the final 10 overs. They just need to try and make sure they bat the 50. And with 2 or 3 overs to go, then maybe that's the time for Blake to put the foot down.
Well, it's a lovely day here at Guildford, just getting a welcome breeze up here on the roof. Getting quite hot all of a sudden.
Yeah, a bit worried about the back of my neck, actually. The sun's just behind us. I've put a bit of sun cream and I've got the hat covering it, but we'll see later on how red it is. Holland to continue. Oh, has he found the gap? He has. That's an excellent piece of placement from Blake. Short of a length, and that delivery has been hard to get away on this surface today. But Blake, who's been out there for nigh on 40 deliveries now, is able to wait to play the pull shot, let the ball come to him, and he picks the gap beautifully between deep square and fine leg.
That's a brilliant shot. Extremely patient there from Josh Blake. Such a tricky shot to get off on this wicket, but he does it well.
There's that back of the hand slower ball that Holland bowls. Jeremy Coney's beside us. We've been chatting to him all day. He calls them doorknobs. Turning the doorknob. There you go. He's just explaining it to us. So I'm sure he'll come on the mic and give us a description in a few minutes' time. Hear from the man himself why they're called doorknobs. But I'm going to steal that now. I'm going to start calling them doorknobs. But that doorknob was hit for a single through the leg side. There we go. Another slower ball. That one I think was out the back of the hand. Lots of chat beside us on one may or may not open a doorknob based on what type of slower ball you bowl.
It's opened up a whole new world of language.
Right, the beauty of commentating on county cricket. Holland's got 3 deliveries left in his spell. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. That was not a slower ball. Pace on, a little bit of extra bounce. Beats the outside edge. This pitch just is so two-paced. We've talked a lot about it. Bouncing and stopping and players being late on it, but there's been that extra bounce as well. We saw for the wicket of Ben Foakes, Alex Green just got one to lift a little bit, hit the shoulder of the bat. There is that odd delivery that just rides up as well. Missed out there.
I think a lot has to be said for how well Leicestershire have bowled as well. You see, you talk about the bounce, but Alex Green, he's a quick bowler and he's sort of shown that you don't have to bowl that back of the hand slow delivery. You can jam it in there and sort of rush the batsman a little bit. So there's plenty on offer, but Leicestershire have bowled and fielded pretty well today and getting rewards for it. Sorry, 173 for 8.
Final delivery of Holland's spell. Did he nick that? Yes, he did. Just a faint little under edge through to wicketkeeper Cox. And with the last delivery of his day, Holland has taken a 4th scalp with him. Majid trying to cut that one through backward point. Little under edge. Low catch. Good low catch taken by Ben Cox. Sorry, 173 for 9. Yeah, just on viewing on replay, that one looked like it might have just nipped back down the hill a little bit. Kept a little bit low as well, which is probably why it's taken the under edge. Yeah, you can see Majid thought that was going to bounce a lot more than it did. The ball previously did get a little bit of extra lift. So, right, Hector, good to hear from you. I'm sure we'll get you back on later in the day. So Hector Vickers makes way, and replacing him is our resident doorknob expert, Jeremy Coney. Welcome back.
Welcome, yes, very nice to be here. Yeah, the doorknob, look, if you imagine a door, one of those ones with the round, it's the round turning, you know, it's not a flicking thing or a pulling thing, it's just a normal, everyday round doorknob. To open the door, 2 fingers on the top, thumb on the bottom, open the door. And you get that slightly sort of leg spinning delivery coming down to you. So it's different from the one that just flicks like the 2 fingers and then down. That's the light switch, which you reach up, the one that comes down with a piece of string,
oh, the
and has the
light.
two little plastic piece at the bottom, and you just flick it with the 2 fingers, finger either side, down she comes, the light switch. So there we are, 2 household deliveries.
Love it. Well, the household deliveries worked well for Holland today. He finishes with 4 wickets from his 10 overs. The new man is Alex French, 18 years of age, on debut. He was not on strike, given that was the final delivery of the over. We'll see, how does Blake play this down the pitch? He seems happy to give the young man the strike on debut as he takes the single to mid-on.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate, isn't it, really? Quite a largest crowd for the club ground, and everyone's probably been looking forward. It's a nice day. The ground is relatively small, so you'd think the score would be high, but as I said before, it's sort of compromised by the state of the pitch, which has really affected the kinds of shots that you can play and play successfully for runs.
Slip in place for the new man. It looks like that's the skipper himself, Peter Hanscom, who's directing traffic, just making sure his short third is a few paces more to his left. Here comes Travaskis. Defended solidly by French. First delivery.
And so, you know, after losing the toss, I think a big advantage, isn't there, by winning the toss and bowling first, to actually see how the pitch behaves and how slow it is.
Well, that spun big. Turn and bounce there from Travaskis.
And so it started slowly, and they were 3 down for 30 odd in about the 9th over of the innings, when you're looking perhaps to attack a little bit more in that first power play.
Tentative shot down the ground, little leading edge, just squirts out into the offside.
Then there was a sort of slight resurgence, wasn't there, with Patel and Ollie Sykes. Know him well.
2 catches in here for French. Defends resolutely.
And they kind of rendered the innings vertebrate for a while, but then I'm afraid it fell away, didn't it? And then they lost that backbone. And sort of 2 wickets in an over on about the 29th or 30th over of the innings. And 173 for 9 just a moment or 2 ago. It's not really going to challenge too much. 174 now of 43.
It'd be interesting to see, because they always say, don't they, you don't judge a pitch until 2 sides have batted on it. But my fear for the contest is that the sun just maybe just flattens it out a little bit as it bakes on, and any of those demons that were there with the new ball, which saw Surrey be relatively sedate in the power play, does that change, and all of a sudden, with chasing a low score, Leicester get the better of the batting conditions?
They might. I've got a feeling that the grass is so thick that it's getting so tennis bally that there's not going to change too much, and it may well be that Surrey use slightly different bowlers in order to try and take advantage. We've seen the turn, we've seen the slow nature of it, and it's really hard to play strokes. You've just got to wait and wait and wait.
Alex Green back into the attack. He's been impressive, 4 for 25. Oh, this could be number 5, pulled out to the deep, and there it is. 5 wickets for young Alex Green. And that's the end of the Surrey innings, 174. And I think, well, there's a few concerned looks towards Green here. He's holding his left hamstring. He's taking the handshakes from his teammates. It's his maiden professional 5-wicket haul. In fact, he only had 4 list A wickets coming into today, so he's more than doubled that. It's now at 9. But just a few, alongside the congratulatory handshakes, a few concerned looks as he's just gesturing that his left hamstring might have tweaked as that ball was pulled out the deep square. But if he has pulled a hamstring, well, at least 5 wickets should cheer him up to no end.
Yeah, it's been a great return for him, hasn't it? Today he came in the first section of the second section of the game, really, between 10 and 20 overs, and has continued to pick up wickets right throughout the innings at various spells that he's been given. He's into his last spell, one would imagine now, but that's not required any longer. So 44 overs, or 43.1 overs is it, that we've actually had for the entire, and he's wandering off now. And it looks as if he's not limping too badly at the moment. We'll just see, but he's holding the white ball up. I like that.
Big smile on his face.
Good on him.
I suspect adrenaline, a combination of adrenaline and sheer joy can act as suitable pain relief there, as Guildford gives him a nice ripple of applause, a polite round of applause for his maiden 5-wicket haul at this level. Disappointing for Surrey, to say the least. 174 is what they've been bowled out for. 2 scores of note, really. Ryan Patel, in his first game captaining the team, scored 53 atop the order. Ollie Sykes, he's 50 off 64. Josh Blake had a bit of a rear guard action, 31 off 43, but he was the last man to fall when picking out deep square. But Leicestershire will be delighted, having won the toss and elected to bowl, that they've, on a small ground, but they've limited Surrey to this extent.
Yeah, and then there was really no acceleration throughout the innings either. I mean, 10 overs, 41. That by the 20th over it was 84, so they've scored 43. The next lot of 10 overs, they've gone to 131. It goes to 47. The next one goes to 40 overs. They get 162. That's 31. It's going the wrong way, if anything, because they're losing wickets along the way. And finally all out in 174, was it in the end?
174.
Yeah. So it kind of started slowly and went nowhere. They had a couple of innings, didn't they? One from Patel, who it took a long time. He was in at the start of the innings. He opened, the captain. And then also Sykes, who played quite nicely, I thought, and quite attractively. Big high backlift, that might have helped with the fact that he could play some attacking shots. The bat's up so high it takes a bit longer to bring down. But he looked likely and then got himself out, which was a bit of a shame. Trying to pull a ball and was caught at mid-on. All the batsmen had trouble timing the ball, and no one really found an answer, I didn't think, whether you could get well back in your crease and wait, or whether you could actually go at the bowling a little bit more while the keeper was standing back, and even if you missed it you weren't going to be stumped. As soon as the slow bowlers came on, it became very difficult, I think.
Do you think that will have an effect on what Surrey do?
Well, I think it should. I think that if they've at all been watching, any of the players been watching what they do, and all of them had a bat, they'll know how slow this pitch is and how tennis bally it is. Why supply pace with a new ball? I mean, get it to Ryan Patel, or get it to somebody else who bowls slow medium. Give them, perhaps open with a spinner, see how it goes, and put your 2 catchers in different positions. So it'll be interesting to see if they've taken note of that. You would expect Leicestershire to come in and they might just finish it quite quickly, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
We shall see, indeed. Leicestershire need 175 to win. Their chase will get underway after the break in play. We've been told 2:20 is when we'll be back on. So what's that? About half an hour's time. So thank you very much for watching and listening to that first innings, and we'll be back in just about half an hour's time.
Hopefully you will have the Vitality Brass quarter-final firmly in your diary. That is, of course, Surrey versus Northamptonshire Steelbacks at the Kia Oval on Wednesday the 3rd of September. 6:30 p.m. start. Of course, including in most membership categories, so do make sure you have the 3rd of September in your diary. Surrey versus Northamptonshire Steelbacks in the Vitality Brass men's quarter-final. I'd love to see as many of you there as possible getting behind the team in the bid for another final day appearance. bit on the big screen here. I'll just run through the final bowling figures for the Leicestershire Foxes. Ian Holland's 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 37. Chris Wright, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 33. Tom Scriven, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 30. Alex Green, 7.1 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 25. Rishi Patel, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. And Liam Velasquez, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 16. So time now, please, to make your way off the field of play back to the seating area so we can finalise preparations for today's second innings. So please do now make your way off the playing field. You'll be starting in a few minutes' time. One other match taking place in the Hector Cup today. That's in Group B, where Middlesex are playing Somerset at Radlett. Somerset won the toss and elected to bowl, so Middlesex, after 47.1 overs of their innings, are 259 for 6. Josh McCare's of 71. Scoring so far for Middlesex. They are 259 for 6 with 2.5 overs remaining in their 50. And 3 wickets apiece in that match for Jake Ball and Jack Leach. on the back umpires Ian Blackwell and Anne Harris. Surrey Shielding side, led by captain number 26, Ryan Patel. And to open the batting with Leicestershire Foxes requiring 175 runs to win.
Welcome back to Guildford Cricket Club, where Leicestershire are about to begin their chase of 175 runs to win against Surrey here at Guildford Cricket Club. I'm Cameron Punsamy. I'm going to be joined very shortly by the great Jeremy Coney. He'll be casting his watchful eye over proceedings. Now, the tale of the tape is 174 isn't many, but the pitch has been tricky. It's been a bit slow, quite tennis ball bouncy. So Surrey will be hoping that they can get a couple of early inroads into Leicestershire. Well, then you never know what might happen. But Leicestershire bat, and they bat deep. Got two wonderful players out in the middle for the away side here. Rishi Patel, very stylish, elegant, right-handed batter. Then Sol Budinger, number 11. Well, number 11 on the back of his shirt as opposed to number 11. He's actually batting number 2. A very aggressive player, left-handed. So we're likely to be seeing some shots early here. James Taylor has the ball in hand. He'll be opening the bowling from the pavilion end. And we'll be underway right now. In behind it, no run to begin from Patel. Jeremy, do you give Surrey a puncher's chance here?
Well, if they pick up a few wickets, yeah, why not? It's just a question of what have Leicestershire learned about the pitch, and have they had a chance to think about how they might go about batting a little better?
Oh, well, bowl a few of those, and 174 all of a sudden looks a long way away. A beauty from James Taylor just beats Rishi Patel's outside edge.
And once the newness of the ball is spent, then will it go back to being very, very slow and very tennis ball bouncing? And can the batsman then think about what sorts of shots and what sorts of positions to get in to enable them to score some runs?
Defended up to mid-on, no run.
And what sort of bowlers, after batting on it, does Surrey decide to use? Are they going to stick with the ones that they've probably got selected? Well, so far that's been done, hasn't it? James Taylor taking the new ball, and are they going to have to mix and match a little bit to suit some of the qualities of the bowling inside their resources, which is the entire 11?
Leicestershire scamper through for a quick single, and the captain Ryan Patel does the fielding at mid-on, so first run on the board.
Will we see Foakes, the keeper, standing up to some of the medium paces? The only danger for that, of course, is that if you feel that the bowlers are more likely to get an edge, an outside edge of the bat, then you're probably not going to stand up quite so much, because there you're just playing the percentages by standing back and trying to take those chances.
Well, it'll be interesting to see who takes the new ball from the railway end. It'll be Nathan Barnwell, or the young teenager Alex French. Oh, that was a little bit of a dabble outside off stump from Budinger, neither here nor there, and gets away with it on this occasion. So Nathan Barnwell's got beautiful action, Jeremy Coney. He can be quite erratic. He's a wicket taker, but does often concede runs at a bit of a rate.
Right, well, so far, we couldn't expect to see anyone charging, for example. It's a case of spending the first, I think, 2 or 3 or 4 overs, just getting accustomed to what is the pitch doing, what are the conditions doing.
Well, swing and miss again, this time wide ball signalled by the umpire. But a bit of swing on show there. Maybe just because it's set out so wide, it had a chance to just keep on going. But bar taking a wicket or 2, I think this is as encouraging a start as Surrey could have hoped for from the opening over. left alone by Budinger. That's the end of the opening over of the run chase. Just two runs scored by Leicestershire. Smart start by James Taylor.
Yeah, modest swing. First of all, away from the right-hander and then away from the left-hander. So that shows that your opening bowler is able to bowl an in-swinger and an out-swinger. As I say, modest without doing anything outstanding, but it's a good start. The line was basically okay, drawing the batsman forward, the length of the ball. Here we are. And is that Ryan Patel, is it, or is it?
Well, goodness me, my bat, my ball. His first game as skipper. And Ryan Patel's gone, you know what, I'll take the new nut here. And he does have a good track record here at Guildford. He took 6 for 5 a few years ago in a red ball game. And so they've thought, with the wicket as it is, they think keep her up to the stumps. Let's bowl some medium paces and make the batters force the issue.
Just a question, where is he going to put his two outside the circle fielders? One is at forward square on the leg side, just, and also cover, basically, on the offside.
Cuts, and well, it was aerial for a second, but then in the next second it was gone past the boundary. Barnwell out on the rope, all he can do is go and retrieve it. So 4 runs from Patel.
A little bit of swing, but it's come from a very short part of the pitch and wide, and an easy stroke really to get that away. Even that was it mistimed slightly though, wasn't it? It was in the air for some distance.
On the money this time by Ryan Patel. That's just defended by Rishi Patel for no run.
And the danger there is that you get it 2 leg side and it doesn't swing at all, doesn't swing and straighten, and you get picked off leg side, and he hasn't got anybody behind square on the onside. So no man at 45.
This is good from Patel. Missed first ball, but the second 2 right on the money. As Jeremy Coney has alluded to, there's no fielders behind square on the leg side. There is a deep square leg in place, but Patel has to be ever so accurate with his lines. If he gets 2 straights, it's going to be a free boundary. Three out of 3. 3 balls on the line and length, 3 balls defended for no run.
Yeah, you don't want to be too full, do you? You don't want to be offering a long half volley sort of option with all the fielders up. It's just to be a bit shorter than that so you can bring the slow nature of this pitch into play a bit more. And the batsman has to time his shot a lot more carefully. Not surprised there were caught and bowled in that first innings.
Clips out into the leg side, but to that fielder at deep square leg. So Surrey using their 2 boundary riders either side of the wicket here. One at deep cover point and one at deep square leg for both the left and right hander. As a bowler, is that an easier or more difficult field to bowl to? What reasoning would you have one out on either side rather than, for instance, deep square leg and a fine leg?
Well, you're slower for a start, aren't you? I mean, Patel is barely medium pace.
Round the wicket to Budinger. On the money to finish off. 2 overs gone, 7 for no loss.
So if he gets his bit right at his end, it should swing away slightly from a right-handed batsman. His team seems to be an outswinger to me so far. And if you're pitching straight on the stumps and it's moving away slightly, so you're middle and off to off stump, you know, and it's not really short or really full on the leg stump, then you shouldn't go behind square, especially if the pitch is slow.
Oh, James Taylor is going to continue after his fine opening over. Rishi Patel on strike. And a watchful start here from Leicestershire. Apart from that 1 boundary from Rishi Patel, which was really putting away a poor delivery from the bowler, there hasn't been any real signs of aggression. I do wonder if that surprised me ever so slightly with such a kind of small-ish total on the board. I thought there might have been kind of this overt aggression on show from the openers where they tried to get 70 or 80 of these runs knocked off by the end of the power play. takes the outside half of the bat, and it's 1 run down to deep third.
Yeah, well, that's an option available, isn't it? When you dismiss the opposition for, you know, a total that's a little bit substandard, and they're going to have to take wickets to really come back into this game. But they're not doing that yet, of course. So it's, are you going to charge, for example? Are you going to bat out of your crease? Those are two options. And the bowler will get that message very quickly, especially if you go at him a bit.
Oh, beats Buddinger's outside edge. 4 balls faced by the left-hander, no runs scored so far. And I must say, Jeremy, I'm very, very excited to be seeing Sol Budinger in the flesh today. Because I don't get to see him in the flesh too often, and he's one of my favourite players in the country. Because he's wonderfully entertaining, uber aggressive, hyper aggressive, and he puts on a show.
Okay, well, I haven't seen him at all, so he hasn't.
That's why I'm alerting you to
I haven't
the
dreamed. I haven't
glories.
dreamed about him yet, but
You're about to
now
say, well,
there we are.
once or twice for me. Cut away, and that will be 4. We'll have a flash of the blade by Budinger, and his first boundary of the afternoon takes Leicestershire into double figures, and just a glimpse into the joys that Budinger may bring you imminently.
Yeah, well, it was certainly out there, wasn't it, asking to be cut. It's a question of how deep they want that backward point to be. He's up inside the ring, looking to save a run from a forward defensive shot that's slightly going away and gets a sort of an outside middle, and it trickles out. But you see, he might well take the chance to go back deeper for those strokes.
Another cut short. This time it finds the gap on the left-hand side of point, but Barnwell does the fielding. Brings the right-handed Patel back on strike, but Taylor to Budinger, who is left-handed. It seems to be just trying to push that ball across the left-hander. He's getting that ever so slight amount of swing away from the left-hander. 2 slips in play. We'll see if he's able to get, what shape he's able to get on the ball to the right-hander. Well defended by Rishi Patel. 3 overs gone here at Guildford, and Leicestershire 13 for no loss.
Looks like Taylor's much more comfortable bowling to the right-hander, doesn't it, at this stage? Having to change the angle slightly for a left-hander. Needs to get nice and close to those stumps when he's bowling to the left-hander, and doesn't have to do too much. Just bowls towards the stumps, and the angle will take it across.
Did you have a preference at all, bowling to right or left-handers?
Right-handers again. But I was I was much slower than Taylor. More like Patel.
From the railway end. And that is hit over mid-off. And Budinger, well, he's arrived. I told you, Jeremy, I told you he can play some fun shots. And if the cut shot was a teaser, the drive was the main show. Main event even. Lifted with power towards those fans in the plastic chairs. It's a dangerous business watching cricket at Guildford.
Yeah, a lot of the crowd aren't far from the rope, are they? And if a fielder racing after the ball.
Cuts, and could that beat the sweeper? No. Majid does well in the deep. It's one of the great treats of I've done well to make it to 2:30 without mentioning the Surrey Championship, the local amateur league. So when you do get to play at Guildford, obviously there aren't 2,000 people in the stands, but when you go on your lap to watch your mates, you get to take your pick of the seats. It's wonderful playing. It's a very, very rare treat playing with a stand in place.
I didn't realise, I mean, from here they don't look like they're permanent, but they obviously are in that case, so.
They are indeed.
Yeah.
So you can go and watch your mate get kind of 20 or 37 from kind of seat F1. Actually, there's not 6 rows. A1, A7. Oh, swing and a miss. Full of length from Patel. And Rishi, with bat in hand, throws the kitchen sink at it, but no reward on this occasion.
Yeah, if you're a right-hander, your left shoulder must stay nice and towards the ball. You've got to keep that shape on a slowish pitch.
Just leans on that and dabs it down to short third. One ball remaining this over. Another dot ball in identical fashion brings to a close the fourth over. 18 for no loss, Leicestershire. Despite just sprinklings of aggression from Budinger, it's been a pretty steady start.
Yep, and it's the first bit of aggression that you mentioned that's been in the match, really, in terms of hitting the ball and hitting a new bowler with the new ball down the ground. I think it's a shot we don't see much of, even if you move your feet towards. I know here we've got folks standing up behind the stumps, which puts batsmen off against doing that.
Short, pulled, that's high, and that will be 4. It lands maybe a foot inside the rope. And Budinger is now just beginning to take the emphasis to Surrey. It's his third boundary of his innings, and it's a third in a different direction. He's cut one through points, he's driven one over mid-off, he's now pulled one over mid-wicket.
Yep, just a little bit short. And he's now got the pressure completely on the bowler. He'll either go shorter or he'll go much more full than that last one.
He lands it on a length. Down into the offside for 1 run. Maybe he tried to go much fuller, Jeremy. It's fine. So Bunger's on.
But I think it's a safe shot to have if you've got the keeper back and right arms bowling to a right-handed batsman, to go down the pitch, keep your shape and hit it up. You only have to get it up and over the 30-metre circle. You don't hit it's not a 6 you're after, it's a boundary. And then you earn, if you do that once or twice, then you earn some short balls.
That's down the leg side. It's a loose ball from Taylor. And Patel's able to just help it on its way. That's the first time that Surrey have really missed, or second time alongside Ryan Patel's first delivery of the afternoon. This has been a bit loose from Taylor this over.
Yeah, they've opted for the man behind square, haven't they, against Taylor as the man to be out. They've now moved the second slip out to a straightish mid-wicket, so they're going a little bit more defensive quite early on.
Short and punched off the back foot by Rishi Patel. Able to get through for 1 run. And now Leicestershire are taking charge here. 10 runs off the over so far. 28 on the board. Just another 150 less than to go. And Ryan Patel is directing traffic. He wants his sweeper. Oh, hang about. Sol Budinger is wandering off. He wants a new bat. The last one seemed to be doing just fine. He's handed the one with the pink grip back, and he's taking the one with the white grip. Well, some damage was done from his previous boundary. Now he just settles himself at the striker's end. Full, and that swung a long way from Taylor. Beats Budinger's outside edge. It's a lovely delivery.
Yeah, that's good because it started in close, didn't it? Sort of about leg stump for the left-handed Budinger, and just moved across and just drew the forward stroke from him and went past and through to the keeper. So nice little in-swinger from Taylor there.
Clipped out out to deep square leg. And well, Adam Thomas has done very well in the deep. The ball's travelled at such a rate of knots that all of a sudden he was in a sprinting race he wasn't expecting. It looked as if at first glance it was just going to go straight out to the fielder. It didn't. They were able to run 2. And after 5 overs, the score's 30 for no loss.
Thomas looks good in the park, doesn't he? He was moving quickly. He's quite athletic. I don't know what age he is, but he's, you know, moved quickly to his left there. Made a good stop because Budinger got quite a piece of that on the inside edge, and he dived to save it. But then he's up again very quickly, and a good strong arm too. We've seen that twice from him out on the leg side boundary to the left-hander.
Well, change of bowling brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions, and it's an exciting one for Surrey because it's Alex French on debut for the club. He, alongside Adam Thomas, were playing for England under-19s earlier this year. And this is his first outing for the senior men's team. Here comes Alex French, his first ball for Surrey. Oh, a little bit of a lift off the wicket, and Patel gets turned round. It's a dot ball to start.
Yeah, he is turned round. It's a leading edge, isn't it? And that's why it's gone halfway up the pitch in the air as he's looked to flick it to the leg side. Those are the dangerous strokes where you try to just work the ball and expose that leading edge. And if the ball doesn't, if it holds in the surface, easily caught and bowled sometimes from those.
Picked up, and it's 6. For a second, Yusuf Majid thought he was in the game, and Surrey and Alex French thought they were about to have their very first wicket. But as it happens, by such razor-thin margins we exist.
Yeah, yeah, just a bit short and just a flicked sort of pull stroke, wasn't it? And he's got it well in front of square.
This time it's down leg side, and that's a wide ball. Ben Foakes just gesturing to his skipper Ryan Patel there. That French is kind of pushing the ball into the right hand. He's getting the ball to swing inwards rather than outwards, and so immediately a fielder hops over from the offside to the leg side. I guess that's one of the challenges of captaining, not only for the first time yourself, but captaining a new player. That you're learning on the hoof what they do. Driven over cover, and that'll be 4. It's a beautiful shot from Patel. The French is having a difficult introduction to the professional game here, but that's real class from the right-hander.
Again, I think we're starting to see that Leicestershire have been watching very closely how to play here, and you've got to sometimes just say to yourself, I'm going to hit the ball in the air through just over the top of the field. As long as I make a good contact point and get it up and over, I'll be safe.
And he goes again. Same ball, same result, 4 runs. Patel, well, he's moved on to 26, and it's 15 runs and counting off Alex French's first over.
And he's taken toll of 3 balls in different places. That one was a little fuller and straighter, and that's why it's gone back over just on the onside of the bowler. And again, though, there's that same trajectory of the shot, just picking it up, going over the top of the 30-metre circle.
This time it's wide. Patel stabs his bat down on the ball, and it's a dot to finish. So Alex French, it was a promising start. The first ball just spat at Rishi Patel ever so slightly. And he missed his lengths on a couple of occasions thereafter and was punished. I'm sure we'll see him back at the railway end very shortly. And well, we were talking about how Leicestershire maybe potentially going to take an aggressive option and try and get up at 7 or 8 and over. Well, they've done exactly that. The run rate is 7.5. They are on 45 for no loss after 6 overs. It's just 130 to go.
Yeah, and they've had a little look, haven't they? And now they're starting to play some shots, not just from the back foot, but also from the front foot, which certainly Surrey found very difficult.
4. That is cut incredibly powerfully by Budinger. Just a tiny bit of width offered by Taylor. And he throws his hands through the ball. And that's another boundary for Surrey. For Leicestershire.
You know, it's raining boundaries, isn't it, at the moment from either end. That's just too short and sits up. And as long as you wait for it, you're going to get it square rather than straight.
Change of angle, but the same result. Goodness me. Well, Nathan Barnwell at backward point. Full credit to him for even attempting to stop that. It's brought up Leicestershire's 50. And that has raced away to the boundary fence.
Gee, Budinger's hit this really hard.
I told you,
really
Jeremy,
hard.
I told you.
He's timed it really nicely. Coming around the wicket this time from Taylor, trying to bring it back towards the left-hander. Still leaves it out there, and Budinger's right into that. He's just looking at length now.
Oh, a muted appeal from mid-wicket, where Cameron Steele was. And our God, that's a hard word to say, isn't it? Statistician-in-chief, Mark Church, has been doing some digging for us. Because it struck me that Guildford's a tiny bit of a bogey ground for Surrey. It isn't their home ground, their out ground. And their last one-day win on this ground came all the way back in 2016. So we're close to a decade without a Surrey win at Guildford, and the way things are going right now, that's not going to change. Cuts, this time behind square. Barnwell does the fielding in the deep.
Well, we've seen more shots, really, I think, in the overs that have been bowled here than we have probably in the first half of the Surrey innings, really, and it just shows you just how much you can learn from watching and seeing what the pitch is doing and watching the other batsmen from the other side and the mistakes that you make as you're going through the innings. They're not making those ones.
Straight on this occasion from Taylor, and that's defended down the ground by Rishi Patel. I think it also speaks to the kind of grizzled seam attack that Leicestershire had. They had Chris Wright and Ian Holland to open proceedings, two very seasoned professionals. And then their kind of sprinkling of youth was Alex Green. 6'7" of him was kind of hammering the middle of the pitch, getting the ball up into that armpit area of the Surrey batters. And it didn't look pleasant at all, truth be told.
Slip goes in, and I think that's wise to keep the slip. They need wickets, but no one now outside the circle other than the third man on the right hand is offside.
And Taylor gets straight, so that's clipped into the leg side for 1. End of the 7th over, Leicestershire 55 for no loss.
Taylor's struggled, hasn't he? He's struggled with the left and the right hand. He hasn't been able to just find the nice length, and so he's been cut. He's been pulled, he's been driven when he's tried to correct that, and so he's proving a bit expensive, I think, at the moment.
Well, a tough introduction to the professional game for Alex French. It's 1 over and done. He's been asked to take a blow. And Surrey and Ryan Patel are feeling the need to turn to spin. See some of the Leicestershire fans who have made the trip down. That man finishing off his drink in some style, actually. So we're going to see a bit of Yusuf Majid, the left arm spinner. And Leicestershire's Liam Travaskis had a lot of joy from this end. I don't think he didn't pick up a wicket. He got a lot of sharp turn. We'll see whether this change of pace could make the difference for Surrey. Of course, all bowling changes are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We'll have 2 overs to bowl inside the power play, so will Leicestershire look to take a risk? Long off out to Rishi Patel, as is deep mid-wicket. He drops that on a lengthener. Bowls a dot ball to start. One run taken out to long off. Now, Sol Budinger, I reckon, might fancy this. Left arm spin to left-hander. In the power play, only 2 men out. They're going to be at long on and deep mid-wicket. But it's not a big hit in, well, any direction here at Guildford. There could be a chance for some fireworks. Majid's just putting the finishing touches on his field. He loses the slip. There's 4 fielders in the ring on the offside. So that reverse sweep is an option for the left-handed Budinger. And also is the big heave for 6 into the road. Well, he goes for the heave. And he finds the gap. It skips over the crowd into the Portaloos. One of the lesser seen shots across the domestic calendar. It's 1 bounce and it's 4.
I think you'll find he'll go round the wicket now. He won't stay that side. And he's got to sort of land it straightish, doesn't he? And then that's the angle that he actually played that shot. It's not going to go quite so straight. If it's going to turn slightly, it's going to be wider than that.
Oh, that spits out of the surface. Just a gentle reminder to Budinger that he can't just swing at everything. I wonder if Alex French at backward point here is in the game for a catch. Big heave across the line, top edge. Well, that's straight, and that's 6. Budinger's decided he wants to go now, and he's punishing Surrey. A 4 and a 6 this over. He's now on 36 off just 19 balls.
Yep, length and line there is just a little bit far outside that off stump for Budinger. He gets close enough to it, he can control the stroke, and it goes exactly where he intended.
So no changes to the field so far. Still long on and deep mid-wicket out on the boundary. Fine ball to finish the over from Majid. And so 8 overs gone, 66 for no loss.
Yeah, as you say, it's he's got the option there of the reverse sweep as well. If you get outside that off stump of Budinger, the left-hander, he's going to either play that or he can go down the ground straight as well. He's really got to be landing on the stumps, and that's why coming around the wicket comes into play a lot more.
Well, I spoke too soon about the rough introduction to French's professional career. He's just been swapped ends. He's going to have a go from the pavilion end. And there was Majid who, well, after Liam Travaskis bowled so well for Leicestershire as the left-arm spinner from the railway end, they thought, you know, we want to turn to spin. Frenchy, we're going to get you to swap ends. Change of bowling, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. And he'll be bowling to Rishi Patel. That just sneaks down the leg side. We can see better from this angle when we're behind the bowler's arm how young French is pushing that ball into the right-hander. He's incredibly highly thought of here at Surrey. It's down the leg side again.
Yeah, it's, I mean, at the sort of the comparable time, and I think we're into the 9th over, are we just? And I mean, at this stage, Surrey were sort of half the total, weren't they? They're in the 30s. So you can see, you know, how Leicestershire have thought about they're going to chase this target. They're going to get it done pretty quickly if they can.
Defended out into the leg side. That's 1 run. strike, and the natural angle of French might mean he's well suited to bowling to left-handers. To just get that ball to move away from the left-hander's outside edge, having angled in. Sounds like quite a healthy combination. He's going to have to deal with 5 balls here at the left-handed bunger, where he's only allowed 2 fielders outside of the ring. The mood bunges in, he will be taking the attack to the young teenager. Oh, out. It's a wicket. Alex French has his first professional wicket. It was a wide delivery. Budinger went to cut, but could only just toe the ball. And Cameron Steele in the covers took the simplest of catches. And well, congratulations, Alex French. Surrey are on the board.
Well, he's going to take a lot more wickets, isn't he? But you know, this first one he'll remember. It wasn't particularly a good delivery. It was short and it was wide enough that Budinger, even with, you know, he's quite a biggish man, and even with the width and length of his arms and also the bat then itself, he's still got such a toe ender on it. It didn't get past the man at sort of cover, who took a comfortable two-handed catch on the outside of the circle there. So French will sell it. He'll take it. There's no doubt about that. He'll have better days, and he probably will have worse days through his career, but that he'll remember this first wicket for him. You know, it's good. Well done, young man.
What a challenge for Alex French that arrives at the crease now. You take your first professional wicket, and then Shah Massoud walks in.
He was what? When was he captain of Pakistan? Was it the
20
recent?
minutes ago.
Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, they changed them quite quickly, don't they? There's
got
been
late,
3
I think.
since.
Hang on, I think I might be embarrassing myself here. He still is the
Well,
test
yeah,
captain.
there you are.
So I was correct when I said he was captain.
Well,
20
you don't
minutes ago.
know
He was
that.
captain 20
None of
minutes
us
ago.
quite.
It's
None
just
of us
still is.
really quite know that.
Well, a great challenge and a great wicket to get. You've got the left-handed Pakistan Test captain at the other end. Starts with a boundary. Just short of length, and Massoud capitalises, and well fielded in the deep by the security guards.
Replaced by another left-hander, of course. This one, I think, is a toe ender as well, really. Let's just see, does it move away from him a bit? And this, he finds a gap. This is not aerial, that's 4.
That's better from French. This time getting the ball to angle into the left-hander. Brings Massoud forward. Defends down the ground. Massoud used to live around kind of St John's Wood way, I believe. He tells these stories of he'd be going on his kind of evening runs past Lord's, kind of dreaming one day of kind of playing there. That's forced behind square, and because this outfield is so quick, that'll be 4 more as well. Both Nathan Barnwell and James Taylor are sprinting off after the ball, but the ball won.
Played it late, didn't he, and allowed it sort of a semi-straight bat, and that and a back foot shot, and it's actually therefore run a lot finer than the backward point. Got enough on it to beat the third man running round also.
This run rate is continuing to go up for Leicestershire. Now at 8.72 and over. And a dot ball to finish the 9th over. Leicestershire 77 for 1. Surrey on the board, and most importantly, Alex French claiming his first ever professional wicket. Sole Budinger, the one to go after he cut the ball to cover. And it's quite anticlimactic fashion, having given how powerfully he'd hit the ball before then. But there we go. I imagine Yusuf Majid will be continuing from the railway end. And he'll have Rishi Patel and another left-hander in Shah Massoud to deal with. So less than 100 to go now for Leicestershire. 98 more runs required for victory.
Yep, over 8. That's a good start.
Well, Majid is on the money there, drops the ball on a length. Patel defends into the offside. It's good from Majid. This time the ball just skids on, takes the inside edge. And if one's gripping and challenging the outside edge and the other one's skipping on challenging the inside edge, that's a good combination for potentially taking a wicket. It's cut into the offside, but without power and no run scored. Oh, that's well bowled. Beautifully bowled from Majid. Patel went onto the back foot to defend that ball, but it gripped and beat his outside edge. 4 dots in a row here from Majid. Big appeal for LBW, given. A really fine spell of bowling from Majid. 5 balls in a row where he beats Patel on the outside edge, on the inside edge, and this time the ball slid on. It struck the front pad. And the umpire was in no doubt. The finger up went up very quickly indeed. And Surrey, well, have been taking a bit of a battering of 2 wickets in 2 overs. And just the slightest bit of hope has re-emerged.
Has this gripped at all is the question. I think it's gone straight on maybe a little bit. It's quite hard to see with the sun on our TV here, but certainly the umpire had no hesitation. Now if it has just gone straight on with the arm, that's clever bowling, because most of them are actually gripping quite nicely. Does that hit the front of the back pad? I missed that. I can't see that with the reflection, I'm afraid.
No, it's taken the kind of outside half of his front pad, so the ball's gone out into the offside after, which is often a kind of geometrically sound way of guessing the ball may well have gone on to the stumps, as opposed to if it clips the inside part of the pad, it might have been going down leg side. Did that make sense?
Yes, it did.
Yeah? You sure?
I wasn't listening.
Oh, goodness me. Such fine insights wasted on Jeremy Coney. I can't believe it. Right, Lewis Hill into the crease. Well, it's batter after batter for Leicestershire. They do bat very deep indeed. Australia's Peter Hanscom will be in next, followed by Ben Cox. But Surrey have given themselves a chance here. Long off is now up into the ring. The 2 fielders out in the deep, but both on the leg side. Last ball of the over. And that ball again. This time it does grip. A very, very fine over from Yusuf Majid. Indeed, it's a wicket maiden, and after the power play is complete, the score is 77 for 2. You're going to hear more from Jeremy Coney, but I'm going to make way for Mark Church.
Only way, of course, that Surrey can come back into this game. They're well behind in the run rate. They've made a fairly small, paltry total themselves to defend. They've got to get wickets. So whatever decisions the captain has to make, it has to be with taking wickets in mind. And you've got to have the fielders at your disposal, the ones that matter in catching positions that are going to affect that run out and affect that catch. Those are the principal things I think that someone like Patel's got to be thinking about and having uppermost in his mind.
Yeah, and I think those 2 wickets, getting both openers, they were off to a flyer, Budinger and Rishi Patel, but Alex French showed a bit there. Yeah, so I think this is a good move, getting the leg spinner in now. Oh, here we go. And he's bowled an absolute perler. That's the googly first up. Yeah. And that will spin away, of course, from Shah Masood. So that is a beauty first up from Cameron Still.
Is it a tad short? Just a little bit. It's on that leg stump line, but it's just a wee bit short. Boy, and a good start, though.
Yeah, very good start. This is just tucked away by Masood into the leg side. And he'll pick up a single. He moves on to 9. And that'll bring Hill on to strike.
Lovely to see them, the bowlers with the gift of the wrist.
It is.
Yep,
it's
and you know he's supplying, and it's quite sympathetic surface, isn't it? From the 2-3 that we've seen, there is turn at the far end. If he gets it right, it's not going to be easy batting.
Well, the other thing is he does have, as you saw that first delivery, a great googly, and also just from a confidence point of view, see the first one turn, and he knew it was spinning, but he landed it on just the right spot. This one's a little bit short, and Hill's just pushing this into the offside, and I like the fact they've got a slip in as well now. Surrey know they need wickets, so Ollie Sykes is stood in there at first slip. It's a bit short again. It's punched by Hill out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. They'll pick up a single. I've seen young Mr. French on live streams, and I haven't seen him live. And yes, okay, he went for some runs, but there's a lot to like. And do you know whose action he reminded me of? You always sort of look at a bowler, don't you, as Masood is driving.
Marshall Delanger?
No, not Marshall Delanger. Morne Morkel.
Oh,
It's a
well,
bit of the Morkel there.
Going to staying with South Africa.
There's a bit of bit of the Morkel in him. So, and he's got that wicket now. No matter how he got it, reverse sweep is out here from Masood. It's beautifully played, and Barnwell does well. Tumbling in front of the spectators down there near the ice cream van, and they will pick up another couple of runs. Jeremy Kelly, that's you and me done. Thank you, sir. Brief,
Pleasure.
but to the point, as always. Cameron, I have to say, lost me when he started to talk about geometry. He suddenly started using the words geometry on an LBW shout, and that completely lost me, I have to say. It just looked quite straight, and he missed it. I think that's probably the easier way. Hector Vickers is alongside, so 11 gone. Look at that, though. It looked lovely, Guildford, blue sky, sun out. Lovely day for 50 over cricket. If Surrey could pick up one now, I'm not saying they're completely in the game, but they give themselves a chance, but they've got to pick up another one quickly, I think. Yusuf Majid, who bowled a lovely over previously, continues from the railway end. That's pushed by Hill, the right-hander, into the offside. Rory Burns does the fielding. Hello, Hector.
Afternoon, Churchy.
Oh, they needed those 2 wickets. Surrey. Budinger in particular looked like he could finish this quite early. Forward goes Hill, plays this one back up the pitch. What did I say to you just before Alex French took his wicket?
Short and wide,
I
slap
said
it
to
to
bowl a
point.
long hole. And then he slapped it straight to Cameron Steele. Doesn't matter how they come. And as Jeremy Coney said, he won't forget that one ever. That first professional wicket, as this one's cut by Hill. Out towards Nathan Barnwell in front of the fence. A few people having a little circuit. You went down to get your burger and trips down in the facilities area. There's a lot down there, isn't there?
Well, I did. I wanted an ice cream, but the queue was far too long, so I'm looking at it now. Looks like it's died down. I might have to run and grab one after this.
Might be a good time.
Perfect day for
next to the coffee lovers stall and the, well, I have to say, top end Portaloos. They are, as Portaloos go, they are magnificent. So Masood comes on to strike for the first time here to Yusuf Majid. A good test of this, and forward goes Masood, turns this one into short mid-wicket. Burns is there to do the fielding. Then Foakes, of course, behind the stumps with the gloves on. There is a pocket of Leicestershire fans down to our left near Dapdune Wharf who brought their flag as well. Oh, hello. That's in the car park. My car's somewhere near there. That could be on, oh yeah, that's straight on someone's roof. That isn't my car, but that is straight on the roof. Thankfully it's not a sunroof, otherwise that could have been just nestled in the back seat. But the footwork on this is gorgeous from Masood. Just watch that footwork, and then off it goes, and straight on the roof. I think of that white, what looks to be a Range Rover. To me, will have a little dent in the top of it.
Well, nice and sturdy. I had quite a firm bounce off that roof. But
good car.
Good
You
car.
know, if you're going to have a car at cricket with short, straight boundaries, I think the Range Rover's not a bad option.
It's a good advert for it.
Oh dear, yeah, that has cracked the sunroof. Oh dear, and there's the owner, I think. Oh dear. Yes, and how does that help with everybody just pointing at it? We can see where it hit.
It's pretty obvious it's broken.
The poor owner there, he's got a hole in his sunroof. I didn't think he had a sunroof. As this last delivery's turned into the leg side by Masood, end of the over, 12 gone. 88 for 2, that target 175, but the footwork there, beautiful, wasn't it?
Exactly, and I think that is what Surrey might have lacked in that first innings. As Jeremy Coney was talking about it earlier on, that on a pitch like this, getting forward to the ball and moving your feet down to it does so much, and Shah Masood there proving exactly why it's such an effective tactic. Clean strike as well.
The phone call to the insurers will be interesting.
Who pays for that?
It's Cameron Steele. Starts the 13th over and Hill drives him down the ground for a single. Poor chap. Parked your car there. And then shunt. I suppose if anybody's going to put one on the roof of your car, it's nice to have the Pakistan Test captain doing it. But yes, it's right on the sunroof. It's got two, that car. Two sunroofs, one at the back and one at the front. Very nice. Oh dear, yes. Oh, hang on. It's almost like he'd pulled the hole up there. He's looking to drive. Here's Masood. Doesn't really time this one off Cameron Steele. Poor chap, he's just checking the damage there. But it could have gone straight through, I suppose. Shows there's a sturdy old sunroof, that. Masood's forward. Nicely bowled by Cameron Steele.
Well, these two spinners could quite just open this game up for Surrey. The two opening batsmen for Leicestershire got them off to a flyer, but all of a sudden you feel one or two wickets here, and the way these spinners are bowling, the control that they're giving the Surrey side.
Just wonder as well, with Ollie Sykes' off spin, as Burns does a fielding, there's no run. I wonder whether it might be worth as well having a bit of sight in the fact that he's going the other way. So you've got a leg spinner and left arm spinner returning it the same way, basically. Steele is in. Oh, leading edge, nicely bowled. Just trying to turn that one. Thought it was the googly, trying to turn it leg side, gets a leading edge, gets a single. Shah Masood. So I wonder if we will see a little bit of Sykes. He also tends to bowl quite quick, doesn't he? Quick and flat. He's stood in at slip at the moment. Hill drives, nice looking shot, just a single. But they can just milk this around now with the odd 4 or 6. Gets through the over quickly. Does Cameron still tidy over that? 3 off it. 13 gone. And just ticking along very nicely at the moment. Leicestershire. But it is a beautiful place to come and watch cricket. And you can see there over 2,000 spectators inside the ground. The weather is perfect. Blue sky, sun out. I think the weather for Friday, Gloucestershire coming here on Friday. I think the weather for Friday is meant to be good. 13 overs gone, we're into the second power play. Yusuf Mujib will continue to bowl his 4th over. Right-handed Hill on strike, they'll keep the slip in there for him. By Hill into the offside, won't get a run on this occasion, but there's the scoreboard you can see there, and that newish stand, lots of people sat, the nets down there, is sweeping his Hill. He's got this fine, I think this will run away for 4. French won't get to that. It's off to, oh, well done madam, off towards the marquee there. And that lady, I think, was about to stick a leg out to try and stop that, but something else got in the way. That's nicely played by Hill. Fine leg on the edge of the circle, knows if he gets it left or right it'll be 4.
It's a quality shot from Hill, and just shows the experience he has in this format. 77 appearances, 267 for the club in total. He really is a club legend for Leicestershire.
Oh, they're a good side. Going brilliantly in Division 2 of the Championship as well, of course. There's a single here from Hill. Brings Masood back onto strike once again, and Yeah, this will be a competition they're eyeing up without a shadow of a doubt. Won it a couple of years ago. Of course, Glamorgan won it last year, though Glamorgan beaten yesterday in their opening game of their defence of the title. Some good sides knocking around as Masood looks to drive. Feet didn't really go anywhere. That was all hands. Shah Masood.
To just sort of get stuck in between two minds there. Almost looks as if he was going to rock back. In the end decided to lean forward, but as you say, his feet didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, just threw his hands at it really. Oh, here we go. He's going down towards the Portaloos. Oh, be careful in there. And well ducked, sir. Very well ducked. But he's just picked that up off a goodish length, thrown the bottom hand into it. And as I say, that headed off towards the Portaloos, and that's the 100 up for Leicestershire. But look at the feet again. Even though he's not quite to the pitch of that, he knows with the short boundaries, as long as he gets enough on it, away it will soar. Quicker this time, unsurprisingly, and French tumbles to his left, and it'll just be a single. So yes, the crowd all just checking everybody else is all right around them. That gentleman did very well there, because often trouble occurs, young Hector, when somebody attempts to pull off an absolute world-class catch off their white plastic chair and dives full length with one hand. Gets absolutely nowhere near it and then ends up knocking about 2 or 3 other people over. But that gentleman very sensibly just ducked.
Yeah, wise call from the gentleman in the crowd. Luckily, just a little bit further down the leg side than the car that was in the way of the damage earlier on.
Well, the Leicestershire team coach is down there in the car park as well. Start of the 15th. As Cameron Steele is into Shah Masood. He's just ticking along here. 26 with that single off 19 balls, couple of sixes. All the experience in the world. Of course, this is his 50 over debut for Leicestershire. It sounds a strange thing to say, really, for a man who captains his country in Test cricket. Hill looks to go inside out, doesn't really time this. Gave that one a little bit more air. Did Cameron Steele. There we are, you see, there's the Leicestershire fans starting the hymn of Leicestershire, la la la, and they are away to our left. No run here as that's pushed into the offside. They're by Daptune Wharf, and there is a Leicestershire CCC flag there on the railing by Daptune Wharf, as this is driven by Hill and half stopped by Blake in there at short extra cover. They were thinking about a second, but there isn't one there because Thomas has come in off the boundary rope, so just a single to Hill. Brings Masood back onto strike on 26. Hill just rehearsing playing that drive through the covers. Impressive so far, this performance from Leicestershire. As forward goes Masood, quicker one, just turns it into the leg side. Sykes goes running back. So nice to see Leicestershire fans making the trip here to Guildford. And as I say, there's one lone gentleman there in full Leicestershire one-day kit who started that song all to himself, really. He didn't get a great deal of response, unfortunately. Another single here from Hill. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And Hill moves on to 11, so another over ticks by. 15 on that target 175.
Well, they've got a lot to cheer about, these Leicestershire fans. Shah Masood and Lewis Hill out in the middle, but the scary thing is their captain, Peter Hanscom, in next at 5. Shah Masood hasn't played a lot of one-day cricket for Pakistan, but he averages 52 in list A with 1,500s and 35 50s to his name, so he's no stranger of going big in this format.
This is not a bad chap to have coming in at number 4. So Majid will continue. Well, the 16th over from the railway end with his left arm spin. Hill, that bounced on him. Soft hands, outside edge, just potters down towards backward point. We'll get a single. Nicely bowled by Majid. He'd rather be bowling at Hill.
Well, when do we get to the stage where Surrey have to sort of force a wicket through the field? It's quite a conventional field at the moment. Quite happy to almost Leicestershire can just tick it around if they'd like.
Yeah, I just think they haven't got enough runs on the board, sorry, to try that. Oh, now this has gone straight off the top edge, and Yusuf Majid takes the catch. So Shah Massoud was trying to stick that in the petrol station on the opposite side of the Brighton Road. It's gone straight off the top edge. It's a good catch by Yusuf Majid. He has a second wicket, and well, Shah Massoud has gone for 27, and Leicestershire are 108 for 3.
We've seen a number of those dismissals today, the shorter ball just sort of sticking in the pitch and the spongy pitch, and Massoud just rocked back there, we're seeing on the replay, trying to plough it over mid-wicket. In the end just spoons it up. Majid takes a nice catch, sort of trotting behind himself a little bit, but a nice catch in the end, and that'll bring out the Leicestershire captain, number 54, Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, so Massoud actually, he just started walking towards the pavilion as though in that straight off the top edge. Then he just had a little turn around to make sure that Yusuf Majid had taken it cleanly, which he had. But when you see this again, watch, just some off. And then had a quick look round, but big wicket that. Nice one to have in the pocket. So Peter Hanscom, and the Peter Hanscom hymn of Peter Hanscom has just started away to our left. Isn't a huge pickup on the singing as yet, Hector? I'm wondering if it'll pick up as the afternoon goes on. But rather nice to have some singing.
Well, he's in his kit, and I've got to agree with your comments from earlier. I'm a big fan of this Leicestershire kit, the nice green and red.
Very smart. Slip in there straight away for the Leicestershire captain, Peter Hanscom. And they're just moving Cameron Steele at deep mid-wicket towards the scoreboard. Hanscom's first delivery. He's forward and pushing this one quietly out into the offside. Rory Burns there does the fielding, but it's never over until you get there. Now the run rate required, as you can see, is only 1.94, and they're currently going at 6.97. Nicely bowled again by Yusuf Majid, and forward goes Hanscom. So his only way of winning this is to bowl Leicestershire out. And every time it looks as if Leicestershire are cruising, a wicket's gone down, 3 of them so far. Hanscom will get a single to get off the mark, just nudges this one into the leg side. Leicestershire should still win this from here, in good time as well, but cricket can be a funny old thing. And got rid of the top 3 now. Sorry. As this is off the back foot, cut away by Hill, out towards Nathan Barnwell. He will pick up a single. So, end of a successful over from Yusuf Majid. And as I say, he's bowled nicely. 5 overs, 2 for 33. I think for any spinner, however well you bowl on here, you know at times you're going to go the distance, because even a miss hit, more often than not, is going to probably go over the boundary rope for 6.
Well, it's been impressive how well Majid has held his nerve. Went for a bit of tap off Shah Massoud earlier, but came back nicely and got his reward in the end.
Still to bowl his 4th over. And Hill is forward, pushing this one back up the pitch. Crowd's a little quiet at the moment, I have to say. Fireworks have been sporadic during this game so far. Hill drives. He's not in control of that. That was uppish. Cameron Steele ends up with his hands on his head. Ollie Sykes ended up with his hands on his head at slip. Hill ends up with a single. And on to strike comes Peter Hanscom, who has all the experience in the world.
Well, leading
Mr.
run
Hanscom.
scorer for Leicestershire last year, 539 runs, plus including 300s, averages 62 for Leicestershire in this competition.
Good stats from you.
Handy
And
player.
Blackwell there, looking resplendent as always. Steele is into Hanscom, forward he goes. Foakes backward point. I think they're trying to get the Peter Hanscom song going again away to our left. As I say, I think there's about 4 or 5 of them in front of the Leicestershire flag. It's nicely played by Hanscom, just leans on this delivery, and straight out to the sweeper on the cover rope, will take a single. Do you know, I always enjoy, and okay, this isn't a big total, but when it's the big total, he's a player who's so experienced, watching them, the way they map out how they're going to get to the target. It's not an easy thing to do. I think they used to say that Coney used to take 10 overs off. So Virat, if he walked out there and they needed 320 and he walked out there in the 15th over, he would say, right, I've got another 25 overs in a 50 over game rather than another 35 overs. Single here for Hill. And end of another tidy over from Cameron Steele. 17 gone. And 13 for 3.
Well, clearly works for him, king of the chase. One thing I'd like to see, perhaps when Steele's bowling again, is deep cover, potentially bring him in onto the ring, especially to Hanscom, and say, try and hit over me. We saw earlier Lewis Hill just chip one up, and could have been a catch if cover was brought in there. Doesn't look like it so far. I think Steele's the man going out for Yusuf Majid. Nathan Barnwell on the other side.
Well, I think for Ryan Patel it helps that he's got Ben Foakes and Rory Burns out there. So he's got Foakes behind the sticks and Burns has just stood near him at a straightish cover, really. Well, if he pulls this one out of the bag, it'd be a pretty good first win for Ryan Patel as start of another over from Yusuf Majid, the 18th. Single there from Hill.
Of course, Leicestershire with plenty of batting to come. Ben Cox in next, Ian Holland, Liam Travaskis, Tom Scriven, all very handy.
But a long way down. Single here for Hanscom. Just turns it into the leg side. Josh Blake, who we're used to seeing with the gloves on, out in the field playing as a batter in this competition. Hanscom on to 3 from 6 deliveries. You know what I would do if I was that gentleman? And Masood had plonked one straight into my sunroof. And they're looking for 2 here. This will just be a single. Barnwell does very. I would go and get an indelible marker. And I would go to Mr. Masood and I would say, please will you sign my sunroof. And when it gets replaced, I'd ask to keep that and then have it as a. This was the day the Pakistan Test captain launched one straight onto my sunroof.
I don't see why he has to replace it. It's the back sunroof, just only right up front, turn it into a 2-seater.
Yeah, just keep it.
Quite a good piece
I
of
would
memorabilia.
ask. I'm sure he'd do it as well on his way to the coach, just to sign my sunroof that you put a ball into. Give it some extra value, wouldn't it? If you go on to sell the old Range Rover. One previous owner, 30,000 miles on the clock and a cracked windscreen from a beautiful drive from the Pakistan Test captain, Shan Masood. Cut away by Hill, that's well fielded by James Taylor. Other James Taylor's here today. Of course, he's part of the Leicestershire, the part of the Leicestershire coaching staff. The great James Taylor. He's somewhere in the ground. He will be sat downstairs, no doubt, with Alfonso Thomas. Oh, they're off again, away to our left. Still hasn't really caught on yet, though, Hector, has it? I think they're trying all their songs, but none of them have really caught on yet.
I think the max was 4 people getting involved with the.
I think that's that with quite a lot of Surrey fans down there along that dune wharf. So 19th over, and it's going to be Cam Steele to bowl his 5th. And Hanscom, nice looking shot down the ground. Ryan Patel, the captain, gets round to his left to do the fielding. Sort of ends up sitting down, but they get a single.
Nice bit of fielding, and this outfield is racing away the stop from James Taylor to finish off the last over, and that one there. Good bit of work from Surrey.
I've seen it. It's greener than I've seen it. Some years it looks like a desert out there. It really does. But as I say, today's a lovely day, and I think Friday's meant to be pretty good weather-wise. It's the most important thing. Spent quite a few games broadcasting under umbrellas and bin liners, so it's actually rather nice to be up here in the sun. So it's going to be Hill on strike to steal, and forward goes Hill, picks the googly, just turns it into the leg side, scrambles the single with Ben Foakes nipping round to do the retrieval work. One more to the total. Again, that target 175. So there, at the moment, don't need to do anything silly. I suppose run rate can come into it. It always does when you get. It's always helpful if you can win quickly. Because what on earth was Cameron still doing there?
I think that's the train put him off. Coming
I
in.
think it was Hanscom stepped away, and Cameron still sort of did a. It's almost like watching the National Ballet. Now Hanscom's looked to pull this. It's come straight off the toe end of his bat. That could have gone straight to Ryan Patel on the edge of the circle. As it was, it bounced probably 20 foot in front of him. Got to be a little bit careful. That's nicely played by Hanscom. Head, bat, pad, everything over that. Nicely bowled on by Cameron Still into his 5th over. None for 16. So very good figures for Cam Still. He's now asked Ryan Patel to go down to long on. He's in. Beats the edge. Nicely bowled by Still. Little bit of drift and then the turn. And Hanscom. You can always tell when the bat's at a 3/4 angle that you've been done on the outside. Nicely bowled. This one is just clipped straight back up the pitch. Steele does the fielding off his own bowling. That's a nice over from Cam Steele. So just the 2 runs off it, but with good control this afternoon.
It's been fantastic today, Cam Steele, with Yusuf Majid at the other end. They're combining to bowl on a punch. It really nice here for Surrey, and just giving them a little look, a little chance. Just the 56 runs required now for Leicestershire, but if these two can strike soon.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it's going to take something of a miracle. What they need is, you sort of need someone to do what young Mr. Green did, Alex Green, who bowled fantastically. Now he does look a prospect. Oh dear. But he's at 2 in 2 and was on a hat-trick. They need something like that, Surrey. Just need something like that. Because it's only, what is it from here? Another 56 from here for Leicestershire. Start of the 20th, and this is cut by Hill. Yusuf Majid down to backward point, but Alex Green looks a prospect.
Well, his teammate Alex French would be the like for like if Surrey wanted a bit of pace to try and unsettle these two.
They both got a bit about them. As Hill will get a single, just pushes this one off the back foot out towards Nathan Barnwell, and they'll stroll a single. Yeah, strong. Alex Green is just a strong built young man.
6'7", and as you say, looked very imposing.
Good pace, slingy action. Forward goes Hanscom. French, as I say, that the action reminded me of Mornay Morkel. Just a tall lad. Gets it down there at a good pace. As his first professional wicket as well. Unsurprisingly, Green finished with 5 for 25 off 7.1. Those his best figures in this day cricket. I think he only had 4 wickets up to this point, didn't he? But did bowl very, very well today. So he is definitely one to keep an eye on. Don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but you see someone like Alex Green. You just think all the ingredients are there for proper fast bowler. Still very young as well. What is he, 18?
18.
18? How's he that big at 18? Hill turns this one into the leg side. He'll stroll another single. One more to the total. So another tidy over. End of me. 20 gone. 122 for 3. Hector, a few thoughts from you. You stay there, and in a minute you will be joined by Nathan Johns.
Well, all of a sudden a sense of calm in this match after a frantic start. The two Leicestershire openers, Rishi Patel and Sol Buddingham, got them off to a fantastic start, and then now it's sort of the time for the spinners. Cam Steele, Yusuf Majid providing an excellent level of control. Need a few more wickets though, Surrey very much under pressure here. Leicestershire only need 53. Lewis Hill and Peter Hanscom out in the middle. Afternoon, Nathan.
Afternoon, Hector. Lovely flight from Cam Steele. Interesting to see how he's going about it slightly differently from the Leicestershire spinners. He's really, I mean, it's a leg spinner, so it makes sense, but he's really tossing it up, giving it some air, trying to get the ball to spin, whereas Rishi Patel, when he was bowling earlier, was firing it into the pitch, trying to get it to stop. Ooh, googly, picked. Good bit of work at point, but yeah, just interesting. Different ways of going about it. I guess Steele is, you know, classic leg spinner, wants to beat you in the air rather than necessarily off the pitch, although he did try the googly, that ball. I think Hill would have been better off not playing at that. It probably would have been a wide, and he's ended up under-edging it to slip. That's one of those where if the game wasn't dead, somebody might have said one hand, one bounce or something clever like that. Or maybe that was just me when I'm playing silly cricket.
Smart take from Ollie Sykes, that slip.
Oh, that is a sensational catch on his follow-through. Cameron Steele chipped in the air by Hill. He was trying to go down the ground, didn't quite commit to the shot, and a leaping Steele has dived to his left to pluck the ball out of the air. It's a third wicket down for Leicestershire, 122 for 3. Or for 4, I should say. My apologies.
That's a fantastic wicket, and that's exactly what Cam Steele deserved. He's been bowling so nicely today. Been very tight, very economical, and there just flighted that one up above the eye line of Lewis Hill, who his eyes lit up and tried to drive down, but a smart catch in the end there, diving to his left.
Leaping like a salmon to his left-hand side. He's not the tallest man in the world, is Steele, at risk of doing him a disservice, so sometimes it's quite hard to get to those that are high and above your head, but he's timed his jump perfectly, just an instinctive catch to his left. They're never easy on your follow-through, let alone when you have to move so far to one side or the other. That is a brilliant piece of athletic fielding. It just puts the brakes a little bit on Leicestershire's procession to victory here.
Well, 4 down and on a wicket that can bring you wickets quite quickly. Surrey will be hoping here, the new man Ben Cox, they'll be hoping to find an early inroad with him. Might be bringing the field in, looks like cover's staying deep out on the boundary, deep mid-wicket. But Cam Steele is bowling fantastically well.
Yeah, I just wonder with what do they need? 53 left on the board for Leicestershire to get. Do you just take that risk? Do you bring up someone on the leg side, maybe see if he wants to go against the spin? Do you bring up cover and say, right, it's quite hard to drive through the line on this pitch? For now, cover is back on the rope, and deep square stays where he is. He does have his 2 straight men on the ring, which is what Hill was trying to do. He's trying to clear them, so that risk is still there. Well, that's not a risk. That is a rank full toss. A gift of a delivery first up for Ben Cox, and if anything, he's probably missed out by only hitting it for 2 instead of 4.
Great bit of fielding there on the boundary from Nathan Barnwell. The outfield is just so quick. Timed nicely there from Cox, but was racing away, and Barnwell did well to stop it in the end.
Final delivery of this Steele set of 6. Ripping leg spinner on a length. Cox was nearly on his stumps. He's so far back. That's how players sometimes like to play the spin, isn't it? Get back and let it spin first. But anyway, A wicket in the over for Cameron Steele, and a polite ripple of applause around the ground in Guildford to acknowledge his efforts. 124 for 21 overs.
Well, Peter Hanscom still there. He has 6 from 15. The captain of Leicestershire and a prolific run scorer both for Australia and for his county side. Loves batting in List A cricket, and while he's there, the game looks very much in Leicestershire's favour. But if Yusuf Majid can whip out some excellence this over and dismiss him, then who knows what we could be in for.
Slip still in place. Surrey still going on the attack. I suppose they have no other choice at this stage of the game. Wickets are all they're interested in, really. No point in trying to preserve much. Just the two men back, 3. Long off is also back for Hanscom. He's with that nicely in the gap. Should come back for 2 here. A good bit of running, a good bit of placement from the Leicestershire captain.
Quite a long boundary out there, down sort of cow cornerish where the groundsman shed is, the scoreboard is, but it's a comfortable 2 in the end.
Yeah, just picking them off, isn't he, Hanscom? Clever batting. He knows Majid is going to try and go straight and rip the ball across him, so he's happy just leaving the bat there, letting the ball just kiss it softly and roll to mid-wicket, where he can just take either 1 or 2 depending on how hard he hits the ball. He's playing against the spin, but not in a way with hard hands that brings something like a leading edge or similar into play. It's using all of this experience there is Hanscom.
Well, it begs the question as to why Surrey don't bring that man in out the leg side boundary. They're quite happy just to find the ring fielders and tick away some singles.
Cox facing up to Majid for the first time. Solid enough defensive stroke.
Why not bring them in and say, hit over us, try and force a wicket.
Oh, that one zipped off the pitch. Still life in this deck. If you hit that right spot, you can get a bit of extra bounce. That one spun as well. But unfortunately for Majid, it spun past the outside edge. I think that was one of those where you just leave the bat inside it and you can call it a leave. Well, that wasn't a leave. Just the extra pace and bounce again. Doing for Cox, it takes the shoulder of the bat, and he's fortunate that didn't carry to short third. There's that gap again, what we were just talking about. I wonder why that prompt a change in the field, but it is the end of the over. There's 4 runs off it. Leicestershire's target runs required is come below 50 in that over. They need just 47. 2 relatively new men at the crease, both Hanscom and Cox yet to get to double figures. Also starts prior to this pair in the Leicestershire innings. French got his wicket on debut, but he has been expensive. Majid 2 for 44 off 8. He's plugged away hard, while Cameron Steele, probably in terms of both threat and run preservation, 1 for 18 off 6, has been the pick of the Surrey bowler so far, and he's going to continue. Or he will in a second. Ben Cox is not happy with something. Waving at somebody below us in the commentary position. You always get that sinking feeling in your stomach when somebody is waving in your very general direction. They're waving at the people below us in our position. We're just got long off here.
I thought that was us for a moment.
Yeah, well, that's what I've said, sinking feeling in my stomach. I thought, oh, hang on. Surely not. We've been here for the whole Surrey innings and 22 overs of this one, and nobody's had a problem with us here. No, never us. The culprit has been removed from his position in any case.
Well, the rate these two are bowling, Majid and Steele, I wouldn't be surprised if skipper Patel just bowls right through with them. And
Just wonder if that's one to set up the googly, the big wide leg spinner that spins even further outside off. Next time, pitch it in that same spot and just rip it back towards the stumps. One to keep an eye on this delivery. Wow, that one was full enough that it was actually quite hard to see which way it was going, but it swept well by Cox, and in the end Barnwell out there, bit of a dive, you know, I don't know what score we're giving that particular dive, a bit of spin maybe, he's made that look a little bit more difficult than it was, but he has kept it to a single.
Well, he's a handy fielder out there in the deep. Adam Thomas as well in the cover region on the other side, both very quick across the outfield and very, very quick to get down.
Long on goes back now for Hanscom. Slow and flighted. Steele inviting the big shot over the top. Was how he got the wicket of Hill in his previous over. A slow flighted delivery which was driven down the ground. Steele leaping to his left to take a good return catch. Still giving it plenty of air. Hanscom showing no interest whatsoever in being lured into this trap. Sure enough, a long off goes back now, so this is probably going to be even slower, even more flighted. Well, it was slower, but it was the wrong length. Short, which means Hanscom can just rock onto the back foot, punch it out to deep points, and get down the other end. 130 for 4.
And the Leicestershire fans just getting up for it again. Down to our left, the single
you say fans, I think it's fans singular. There's just one bloke who has enjoyed the beer tent today, it sounds like. He's singing away, serenading us all.
Surrounded by Oval Invincibles fans, it looks like. Aren't as keen. Well, 130 for 4 in the DLS par, just at 86 so far. So Leicestershire very much in control of this game.
Why, are you worried about the rain, are you?
Well, bit of cloud overhead. Anything can happen here.
Merciful cloud. It's well too hot today up in this commentary position. There's that gap. Hanscom just very happy, just leaning on these straight deliveries and punching it through mid-wicket for 1. I really do think Surrey need to plug that gap. I don't know if the solution is to bring someone over from the offside. Is it to bring square leg up and see if he wants to play a big sweep against the spin? But just giving him that single is far too easy, and it just adds to what is a pretty slow death here. Cry of catch, but he's played it well behind square, and that's going to spin and kick on past deep backward square. Not completely in control of that sweep was Ben Cox, but it was well placed. He's walked across his stumps to deliberately get it behind square. It's kicked on for a boundary.
Well, it was Cam Steele out there sweeping almost deep mid-wicket on the ring. He had been moved actually the opposite direction of where that ball ended up, just the ball before by Ben Stokes. Took a lot of pace off a slight slope down to that side.
Solid in defence to follow up. It's one of those where poor old Steele, everyone always shouts, watch the spin, don't they? But even if you know which way it's spinning, you can't do anything about it if it spins away from you. Just dragging his length back there in response to being swept, and then big lunge down the pitch with the forward defensive. He did bowl that into the pitch length in the previous over where the ball bounced and took the shoulder of the bat. Just like that. Except this time it's been played with soft hands by Cox, and it's gone wide of slip but fine of short third, so he picks up a couple.
Good running in the end there, and yeah, the one which he just drags in a little bit shorter can often catch batters out, as we've seen throughout the day. Almost did for Cox there.
Majid is now bowled 9, 7 off that over, 137 for 4, and the runs required has come down to 38. Leicestershire well on their way to victory, one would think here, barring a late flurry and a fight back from Surrey. I just wonder, with that ball just spitting in off a length, is it worth just bowling 6 of those balls and get another catcher in behind, even if it's a second slip with a helmet on, as tends to be the vogue. We saw a lot of that in the Test series, didn't we, between England and India. Plenty of catches behind the bat with helmets on. I wonder if it's worth exploring that option, because the other plan, it seems to be just to bowl straight and try and get him to hit against the spin through mid-wicket, but they've been doing that relatively easily. Work to do here for deep points. It's a good bit of fielding. Hanscom needs to be quick to come back for the second. Ben Foakes whips the bails off, but the Leicestershire captain is home. It needed the dive to save 4, but such is the length of the boundary, it's so short that it also needed Hanscom to get his skates on to come back.
Adam Thomas again out there in the deep. He's got a powerful arm, and as I mentioned before, very quick through the grass.
Hanscom with a slow walk back to take guard after running 20 yards past the stumps in desperation to make his ground. Just a bit of a chat here as to what to do with mid-off. He's going to sit on the edge of the ring and slightly wider here, trying to entice Hanscom. He's not going to be enticed by that length. He's going to be more than happy to rock back, punch through cover for 1.
I suppose that's the danger of bowling short with a man out there. It's quite comfortable for this pair just to rock back and take the single. Still 1 for 23 so far. He's been bowling nicely. Just try and flight this one up.
Well, flight it up he does. Oh, quick single. Had that been taken cleanly at point, there might have been a bit of a scramble on there. As it is, the ball rolls underneath the dive. Straightforward run.
Rory Burns running round, almost a catching mid-wicket.
Yeah, Leicestershire happy just ticking this along, aren't they? They're not really being forced to take many risks. We did see a sweep shot in the previous over from Ben Cox, but even that was relatively safe given where he was trying to hit it and the line that was being bowled. There's the googly. Looks like Cox read it well, plays inside the line of it nicely. Doesn't go chasing after it outside off. Lets the ball spin back into that backward defensive.
Well, exactly, and you feel that Surrey have to force this wicket. Just bring those 2 men out on the boundary in, and you never know what kind of chances you can create.
The pickup could be close. Patel just sitting on the edge of the ring, wasn't he? Always a simple single. End of the 25th. Leicestershire, they're halfway through. They're allotted overs, but more than halfway through the chase in terms of runs required. Overs are not going to be a factor here at all in this game, really, barring a complete collapse. So 32 runs required, 6 wickets in hand. I think the players are going to take a drink. So we'll come back in a few moments' time with what we imagine will be the end of this Leicestershire chase.
Reminder of a couple of dates for your diary. Here at Guildford, we have the Guildford Tour Festival taking place once again next month. That's on Friday the 19th and Saturday the 20th of September. 15th year of the Guildford Beer Festival. Tickets just £15 are on sale now in the Railway End Beer Tent. Of course, the Railway End and the Pavilion End Beer Tents still open and serving those real ales and lagers from Hogback Brewery, as well as draft Lucky Saint non-alcoholic lager, cider, wine, soft drinks, and in the Railway End tent tins as well. Also looking ahead to next month, On the 3rd of September is, of course, Vitality last quarter-final night at the Kia Oval. We'd love to see as many of you there as possible to get behind the team and cheer them on for hopefully another appearance at final day. That's the 3rd of September with 6:30 p.m. start at the Kia Oval with Northamptonshire Steelbacks the opposition.
Welcome back to Guildford. Leicestershire 143 for 4, chasing 175 for victory in this opening game. Both teams 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup campaign. Yusuf Majid has got 1 over left in his allocation of 10. He's taken 2 wickets so far. Might need to take another 1 or 2 here if Surrey are going to have any sniff getting something from this game. He's got slip in play, and Cox relatively new to the crease on strike. That's that length, Hector Vickers, isn't it, that we were talking about, just firing it in on a back of a length and seeing the ball veer, bounce, and take some spin. It didn't on that occasion.
Yeah, it's leaving it to chance, but it's worked a lot so far today, so I'm not upset with that play from Majid.
Short of a length again. This time it's a bit too straight. Not for the first time Peter Hanscom is just able to work that one nicely through mid-wicket, get down the other end. So that takes the required runs down to 30.
People just beginning to leave their seats here as the runs tick down and down.
Everyone trying to beat the rush hour. As things stand, this game is probably going to finish in prime traffic on the Woodbridge Road next to us. I suppose it's a good thing, because it means if the game is over by the time the local traffic comes through, less chance of somebody hitting it over the fence and onto that road. We've wondered aloud a few times today whether a nearby vehicle might be in danger. Turns out a vehicle inside the ground was in danger when Shan Masood damaged the roof of a parked car over at mid-off as things currently stand. Well, mid-on for him, of course, the left-hander. Wonder surely he should go over and sign the roof or something like that.
Well, that's what Churchy was saying earlier. He thinks signature, and then when he comes to sell it, he can cut that little piece of the sunroof out.
Well, they might pay for the insurance claim, that's for sure. There's that length, that one that just bounces and spins, but Hanscom plays it well. Soft hands.
I'm sure he'd be happy to cover the insurance on that case. Such a nice shot from him. Used the feet well.
Well, he was trying to get it in that gap again, wasn't he, Hanscom? Ben Cox did actually come halfway down, but was sent quickly back by his skipper. That's Yusuf Majid's day done with the ball. He's now bowled 10 overs, 2 for him. Good effort as he's been part of Surrey's attempted fight back, but it looks like it's going to come up short here. And it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling, dare I say. Is that Ollie Sykes warming up?
Well, he's going to get his go. Right arm round the wicket, it looks like. That's going over now. And he'll get a chance to bowl to Lewis Ben Cox, sorry. Cam still got a couple overs left. Perhaps he's switching ends, wanting to bowl from the railway end.
Yeah, Ollie Sykes has only bowled once before in List A cricket. None for 24 his figures in his lone attempt. Bowled a couple of times in first class games. Looks like he's just going to come around the wicket and target those pads. Bit of a last throw of the dice, I think, from Surrey. Bring on the part-timer, try and inject a bit of chaos into the game maybe. Got 3 men back on the leg side waiting for an attempted shot over the top. It is, of course, the longer leg side boundary to our right-hand side as we look at it here towards the Woodbridge Road. Full and flighted, and this will be 4. Bit of a gift outside the off stump. Peter Hanscom says thank you very much. And it brings up the 150 for the Foxes. 27th over they've got there thanks to that full toss.
Well, Leicestershire very happy just to tick through these runs with minimal effort required after the start they had.
Yeah, he's not hit his straps here as Sykes. He's pulled 2 deliveries back of a length on leg stump, which as an off spinner don't really present much threat, and then of course either side of it full toss outside off, so just needs to find the radar a little bit here. One spins down leg. Still assistance in this pitch. It's just finding that right spot.
He's coming round the wicket to the right hander here. Perhaps just looking to angle it in straight, maybe spin it back.
Swept in the air. Is it in the gap? Yes, it is, and I think it's gone all the way. Stewart out there at deep square in the fluorescent orange bib takes cover, and in fact a gentleman carrying 2 ice creams I think was at risk there at one point. Thankfully he has preserved his sweet treats and he's picked the gap perfectly there as Ben Cox. 2 men out, deep square, 1 in front, 1 behind. He's picked the gap beautifully.
Well, that's the danger with the angle there from Sykes. You bowl a little bit too full, you miss your lengths of fraction, and that sweep comes into play. 2 men out for the sweep, but confident shot in the end there by Cox.
Oh, that's a better delivery. That one looks like it's just drifted on with the arm, but it could cost him 4 runs as well. Oh, I think that's a good bit of fielding down there on the deep third fence. They have come back for a third, so 16 off that Ollie Sykes over. An expensive entrance into the attack. Leicestershire now need just 13 runs for victory. Couple of boisterous Foxes fans just making their presence felt. It's a good day out for Leicestershire. Good trip down to Guildford for them. Looks like they're going to get to a comfortable victory here to begin their campaign.
Well, it's been a dominant day start to finish for the Foxes from the beginning. Burns falling early, and also Ben Foakes to have these 2 test match batsmen out early would have done wonders for their confidence, and from there it's been plain sailing really.
Change of ends for Cameron Steele. He's gone from the pavilion end to the railway end. Interestingly, he still has quite a few fielders out in the deep, so I think Surrey just seem to be of the opinion that Leicestershire are going to try and finish this quite quickly, and how they're going to prolong things is hope that a risk gets taken and a catch nestles in a fielder's hands in the deep. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long off, and a man sweeping on the offside. Just stuck in the pitch there, didn't it? Cox couldn't cut that one away, ends up spooning it straight to extra cover. Better shot, played with softer hands, but he still can't pick the gap.
Cam Steele is a big positive from this game today for Surrey. He's bowled nicely, obviously unfortunate with the bat, but he's looked in control throughout.
Pulled, not into the gap though. That one just took a bit of a wicked deflection off the turf before it was collected out in the field. That could easily have bowled either side of him and gone wrong, but good bit of fielding in the end. Good bit of cricket that from Hanscom. He's done that throughout this innings. He's only got 22 to his name, but it's been a very clever knock, just making sure the pressure never builds. He's always been able just to let the ball hit the face of his bat and find a gap, be it on the off or leg side, and make sure that Leicestershire keeps scoring. Single ends the 28th over, 4 runs off it. 165 for 4, 10 runs required by Leicestershire. They seem pretty happy at the minute doing it in a sedate fashion. Don't seem too overly concerned about trying to get this game done as quickly as possible. Although I suspect, given the nature of the pitch, caution is the wise play here.
Well, great start to their campaign for the Foxes, but you look at the group that Surrey find themselves in Group A. Got some strong title contenders in there. Hampshire with a resounding victory yesterday over Glamorgan.
That's better from Sykes. Struggled to find his radar in his first over, but that's good length. Cox not quite sure whether to go forward and back, and it's targeting that off stump as well. There's that one that just drifts across him outside off as well. He did that on the last over, and he actually did find the outside edge, but he didn't have a slip in play, so it ran away down to the fence for 3. This time Cox is able to get the full face of the bat on it. This is good from Sykes. Dot balls, building a, well, whatever pressure can be built in this situation, I suppose. With only 10 to go, but might just lead to a moment of madness here. And for now, Ben Cox is happy. He's not too overly concerned about the dot balls. It's 4 in a row now.
Well, Cam Steele and Rory Burns, short cover, short mid wicket. Just providing an option for Sykes to flight it up and hope.
Just started that one a little straight. Not for the first time in this short little spell. Shame ruins the maiden. Someone in the crowd thought that was a catch. Bump ball. Much better second over from Ollie Sykes. Just the one wide off it spoils what would have been a maiden. 166 for 4.
Well, it's just all gone a little bit flat out there in the field, out there in the crowd. Crowd gradually dispersing away from Guildford. It's been a glorious day today, and I'm sure it will be the same on Friday when Surrey come up against Gloucestershire.
Steele will continue. Hanscom on strike. 9 to go. Eventually they've plugged this gap on the leg side. I think we've been mentioning it as a possibility for the bones of 5 overs now. Anyway, they brought another man up inside the ring to save 1. Where does Hanscom go? Well, this should be 2. He's cut that nicely behind square. Ooh, just a bit of sluggish running, dare I say. Barnwell has done well to come round to his left-hand side and cut that off, but I would have thought that was always going to be 2 off the bat.
Yeah, had to come round a long way, did Nathan Barnwell, from deep point. Came round to third man. Collected it nicely.
8 to win. Oh, and there's 6 of them. Pulled effortlessly almost by Ben Cox. Dismissive stroke over wide mid-on. Bit of a drag down from Cam Steele, and well, previously Leicestershire were happy just to bunt that into the offside, but this time Ben Cox says that's enough of that. Let's get out of here quickly. Brings up the 50 partnership as well between these two.
Well, Ben Cox cashing in, and Gentleman in the stands doing well to avoid that one. It was hit hard and came at him quickly and just ducked out the way, ducked to his right.
I'm amazed no one's been hit today, given how close the crowd are. Full toss into the deep, and that will be that. Back-to-back maximums from Ben Cox finish off a dominant Leicestershire Foxes victory. They get home by 6 wickets inside 30 overs. Cox ends up 38 off 36, those 2 maximums boosting his strike rate at the end of the day. Bit of a full toss on his pads. Thank you very much. Dominant display from Leicestershire.
Yeah, it was exactly that. Dominant from start to finish. Fantastic way to kick off their campaign, a campaign that they will want to go all the way and do one better than they did last year. Sorry, a disappointing start, but things to look at before we return on Friday to face Gloucestershire here at Guildford.
Yes, difficult day for Surrey. Few half centuries in the first innings. Ryan Patel and Ollie Sykes contributing with the bat, but ultimately losing the toss and being asked to bat on a difficult surface ultimately cost them. They always say don't judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it, and Leicestershire probably made it look a little bit easier than it actually was. I guess there was no scoreboard pressure on them. So we are going to be back on Friday, so just under 48 hours time for Surrey's second game. They're playing Gloucestershire back here in Guildford. Hector Vickers, thank you very much. And thank you to Mark Church and Jeremy Coney and Cameron Ponsonby as well. Thank you all for watching, and we hope to see you tuning in on Friday.
Well, thank you to you for your support here today at Guildford Cricket Club. We hope you enjoyed your day with us. Of course, more One Day Cup action here on Friday. I'm sure we'll be back for that. We look forward to seeing you there.